times may be tough, but we've got to be bold and we've got to be brave enough to pull through, living true. You've got to try to, you got to roll with it, roll with it. You got to roll with it, roll with it.
Egg.
It comes in waves, what I'm feeling today. Nothing can stop us now, and the way of the world will never be the same. And I know there's a lot going on, but we've got to believe in the facts and believe in love. And they will say that we today have found the way to, the way to, the way to, the way to roll with it, roll with it. You got to roll with it,
Egg.
roll with it, roll with it.
Egg. Egg. Egg.
Damn, that was quick. It's me, I'm the boss! It's true, I am the boss. You have to do what I say. Fuck you. Do you want me to be small again? I forgot about the robot. Okay, I will be autism.
Why am I muted? Whoops.
Oh.
Why was I muted? What the hell?
Was
I thought
muted?
I unmuted. No, I was muted.
Oh. Right here.
Cringe. Anyway, hello. Hi, hi,
Here,
hi.
I am now autism.
No. Yes. Oh, wait. You are talking again?
Hello.
Yeah, you're only You're only autism when you don't talk.
Oh.
Yippee.
Okay. Well, it says it's.
Okay, now it's good.
Okay, there we go.
It's fixed. Everything's good now.
Yay!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Wow. Can you believe it, gang? Wow. It's Saturday, gang. Wow.
I believe nothing.
So true.
You're
And
lying to me.
love the female cast art in the back. I love robots. Yeah, this is one of my egg breakers. This is why we're playing this game. We started playing it on my my HRT anniversary on the 15th of October, and it is largely thanks to this girl here, so that she gets to be on the thing, and also that's why we have the trans background and the trans color swap today and stuff.
Yeah.
It is a Saturday. It is definitely getting into the colder months here. I am cold. I've got the window closed and stuff, and I've got the heating on. I've got a blanket. I've got tea, and I'm cold because I'm just like that.
She's just cold. Oh, one sec. I'm getting cold.
Oh, you're getting cold? Well, you better get some tea. It's Sunday here. How could you guess me like this, Zoe? Maybe whoever's telling you it's Sunday is the one gaslighting you. Ever thought about that? You know? But yes, it is today. I am cold. That is not great. Luckily, Kirakat from the community was nice enough to buy me a hot water bottle, so that'll be very nice once that one comes in on presumably Monday. And we are going to be playing Phantasy Star Zero. We're going to be continuing that. But before that, is there anything important I have to talk about? The last time I streamed was yesterday, so not much has happened. But something did happen, although the woman of the hour in regards to that is currently not present, which is a shame. You have a topic egg. Ah, yes, sure. Let me do my egg while we wait for. Let me do the eggs while we wait for Jody to return. Egg, egg, egg. Get the folder. There we go. Oh! Almost done my fun, but not entirely. It's fine. Let's see if the rewards queue is fixed this time, and will actually show me the correct number of things, ideally. Anyway. Wow, everyone, it's time for the eggs! And do you know which egg is first? Why, it's Vex Fidel! And then we've got Etram Toa! Followed by Kira Cat!
Egg.
Oh, egg. Fred Fox! Escargothi! Escargotti! Dynalove! Malzanoff! Green Clunk! Arliss Bloxer! Arrow Ace! Muzzle Flash! Polar Stars! Space Junk! Apparently I'm missing one. I don't know which one. Well, I am apparently... Wait, no. Yes, I'm apparently missing one. I don't know which one, but here you go. This one's floating. That's not good. Thank you guys for the starting eggs. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. Also a sippy. My tea is still too hot to drink, I think.
Hello, I'm back. I'm sorry for...
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is still too hot to drink. You should put a tiny Tilsdale on the mystery egg, perhaps. Okay, then.
The mystery egg?
Yes, there is one egg more than I could count, but I don't know. Like, there's one egg that from someone that I can't find on the list for some reason. I don't know. Funny mysteries, you know?
Mysteries.
Apparently, goatee is pronounced fish because English is a terrible language. Is the GH from enough, the O from women, and the T from the shin suffix.
What? No, that's not a real word.
Okay,
It's
it's not your username, Mecha, so I don't know if that's... I'm not gonna take that as authority on it, but if that is how it's pronounced, that would be insane.
Apparently, it's not a real word. It is someone writing out the word fish to try and in a way to be clever as to prove that English is a broken language. Because it could theoretically be said that like that if you were being bad faith.
Right. It's like the song. We need to talk English language. I get it.
Yes.
But considering it's from the username escargothi, which escargot being French for snail, I think we can assume that is not necessarily intended. Anyway, my nose is itchy, so I'm gonna die.
Oh, okay. It's like the tummy ache all over again.
Yep. Goodbye. Anyway,
she's dead.
No, I'm good. So today, Daya here. No,
Jody
here. It's because your username is Dynalove too. Like that also makes it more confusing.
I'm sorry.
In my head, in my silly little head.
I would change my username on everything just for you.
No, that's okay. Tangerine, thank you very much for the egg. You, Jody, started running a TTRPG campaign.
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm in it.
Yeah, Zoe's in it, and a good moderator friend Clone is in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's nice. It's fun. We're having fun. So that's what I mostly did today. It's been a good time. I'm playing a goat girl. Ow. And there's a lot of blood.
There is a lot of blood. So I wrote a lot of blood in this campaign.
We're basically in like the blood dungeon right now. Where it's all blood.
Dungeon.
The blungeon.
The plungeon.
The blungeon. Squid Liminal, thank you very much for starting
It's
this
true,
next
Muscle Flesh. We're not going back to the Jolly Jackalope days. That name sucked. I can't believe I ever used it.
It does feel a little bit generic, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
I feel like we literally could go swim in it, to be honest. There is the blood vat, after all.
You could swim in the blood vat. You're welcome to go back and swim in the blood vat next session if you would like.
Haha, no thanks, that's okay.
Get in the fucking blood vat.
I don't wanna! Anyway, we're not here to go into blood vat.
True. What if I told you there's a cool sword in the blood vat?
Well, I mean, Pippi punches everything, so...
I guess.
Don't really need to go into sword. Maybe Kazi would like to go in there, though, to sell the sword, maybe.
There's a really nice ring in the blood vat. It's so pretty, you're gonna love it.
Oh, okay, maybe I will go. But yeah, my character Pippi used to be just a normal goat, but then she got turned into a humanoid goat by accident, and now she's on an adventure for about a week. So she's still very fresh to the world, and I don't think she's gonna handle all the blood very well and stuff. I think it's going to have some effects on her, you know, perception of the world, her psyche, etc. You know?
Yeah.
I cannot see this going well.
I was saying to Zoe before we started stream that I did not consider that that Pippi has only gained sentience a week ago, and now there's a literal vat of blood, a 15-foot, mind you, high vat of blood right in front of her. So
yeah, it's not good. She's not just a kid. She is an adult woman, but like she's 22 years old, quote unquote. Like it's like in goat years she was 22, and then she got turned into a humanoid. So then she's 22. So she is an adult woman. She's just doesn't know much in the world, you know. She's very naive is the problem. She should be at the club, dude.
She should be at the club.
She should be at the club.
Why is she at the
she's
club?
At the blood vat.
She's in the blood club.
She's not at the club because fucking the daughter of the farm that she lived on got stolen by cultists or some shit, and now she's trying to track him down, and she's doing a good job, I think.
Okay, well, have you considered that maybe that daughter is also at the club?
I am more so considering that the daughter got ground up into blood vat into blood.
At the club?
At the club, dude. At the club. DJ Blood Cultist on that beat.
Yeah.
She should be at the club. The bludgeoning instrument. She's got her fists, dude. She's punches. Yeah. She's so fucking strong.
It's great. She is the bludgeoning instrument.
She is the bludgeoning instrument. She is a goat. She's got horns, fur, hoofs. She is 6 feet tall. She is toned as fuck. There was a locked hatch, and she just pushed against it almost gently, and it just
yep.
It just swung open. It was great.
Kelly, I wanted to tell you, if you had not managed to break open that hatch of your strength, I would have painstakingly described you going back down all those stairs to get to the bottom and find out how to open the hatch.
I wonder how we would have done that, but don't tell me because it's more fun if I don't know.
No, I will
stay
not
more
know.
embarrassed that way.
I just want to state I would make you walk down all those stairs again.
What are fists but organic clubs? They are organic clubs with little thingies on them, little tendrils that you can use to manipulate stuff. To be fair, every goat has Chumba Wamba's hit song Tub Thumping playing in their heads 24/7. She mostly listens to country music, but yeah. First time tuning into your Phantasy Star stream, a lot of mentions of the blood and blood moon. Should I be worried? We actually haven't mentioned the blood moon at all yet, so I don't know where you're getting that from, but fun new prospect.
The blood moon
Now
is
I'm
next
worried about the
session.
blood moon. It's blood time. Blood. But the blood actually has nothing to do with Phantasy Star. That's just kind of a fun thing that we do here. Talk about blood a lot.
Yeah.
I gotta get my quota. Blood. All right.
So
Anyway,
much blood.
so yeah, we're doing that weekly now on Saturdays, which, by the way, is almost definitely gonna mean that my Saturday streams get moved to Sunday. Oops. Unless the teacher RPG sessions get moved to Sunday later, but for now that's not gonna be the case. It's good. It's this whole thing. Oh man, life, you know. Life as an
Zoe's a
adult, you have so
busy
much to
girl.
do. I truly am. Anyway, for now let's just play Phantasy Star.
Yeah. Let's busy ourselves with Phantasy Star.
Indeed. So to those of you who haven't been here for the first shit, I'm gonna have to restart the game.
Blood Star.
Fantasy
Why
blood.
Why must you restart the game?
The blood should be at the club.
At the club.
At the club. Also, I see a little.
Silhouette of a man.
Esteemed Jester, thank you very much for your egg. Blood, licensed by Nintendo. Yeah, all that talk about blood and stuff was licensed by Nintendo, of course.
Yes. You must share the game again on Discord.
Oh, you're correct.
I am. I'm always correct.
Unless
That's why I'm
correct.
the DM.
Unless I'm correct. Taraka, thank you very much for following. Your name sounds like something from Bionicle. That's a positive.
Yo, Taraka.
That's why. The blood will be at the club. That's like the end of a Marvel movie. The blood will return at the club. But yes, for those of you who haven't been to the first two streams, so this game was one of my act-cracking games. I played it the first time as a male robot. Was like, that was really cool. I want to play it again as a female one this time to see what changes. So I played as this female robot, and I enjoyed it so much more, and then played through it a bunch more time as the female robot. Which I definitely didn't think more about as to why I kept playing the girl. Go figure.
What is there to think about?
Ow.
Oh, damn. She died.
I did, yes.
She can't think of much else apart from being hit by car battery.
Yeah, I couldn't think of much else because I was about to be knocked out by a car battery. I had no time. So this is our character, Jewel. Jewel is a robot. Jewel has amnesia. Jewel is very gung-ho about helping people. She will rush into danger. And also, she has a girlfriend who is kind of weird and eats tree bark, whereas Jewel does not eat tree bark.
She does not. She's a robot. She does not require tree bug.
Yes. This is
Jewel should be at
everything.
the club.
Jewel should be at the club, dude. Jewel's a robot who is full of blood somehow. No, we're not playing Ultra Instinct. I mean, Kill. We're not playing Ultra Kill.
Blood is fuel. Hell is full.
Oh wait, Taraka actually is a reference to Bionicle. That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
That's so good. Nice.
Yo.
Taraka. The story of the game so far is that we woke up somewhere on a snowy mountain because a pod landed or something. I don't know. And a girl came out, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And we were like, "We don't have a memory."
What are you doing on this mountain?
Not
You
eating
should be
pot.
at the club.
You should be at the club. Also, there's a bug in case you're wondering what I'm doing.
I picked up on that, yes. Get the bug. Did you kill it?
No, I don't see it anymore. And then we were like, damn, we should hang out. And then we became girlfriends. It's definitely canon. And then my controller ran out again. That makes sense. I haven't replaced the batteries.
I saw them. But if you weren't here last stream, they kissed for like 30 minutes straight. It was weird.
It was it.
it
It
was-
was awesome.
I mean, sure, there's quite
Queer
a long
rights,
cutscene to have
queer
at the beginning of the
rights.
game, you know. It's very
Queer
strange.
rights.
Okay, well. I must admit, I think if I booted up a game and like 2 hours in, there's just a 30-minute cutscene of two girls kissing, I'd be kind of put off, if I'm honest. Like, I'd start with, oh, that's nice, and then after like 10 minutes, I'm like, ha! It just keeps going, eh?
I mean, I could have ended it at any moment. It was sort of waiting for my input. I just didn't feel like it.
Oh, I see. You had to press the button to move forward.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I see.
No, it was like my continued input was you know that part in fucking one of the God of War games where you can just beat the shit out of Zeus forever until you stop hitting the buttons?
Yes. Yeah.
It was like that, but with kissing, and I was just really, really good by continuously hitting the buttons.
You just had to keep hitting the kiss button?
Yes, exactly.
I see.
I was doing so good.
Got the high score?
Yeah. The leaderboards are still up for this, even when you're playing it as a totally legitimate DS. So... Yes. We hung out and stuff, and we became girlfriends, and then we came to this city, and we were like, damn, what do we do now? And then we were kind of roped into doing a rescue mission in the mountains again, and we were like, oh yeah, we should go back there, because maybe there's some hints as to who Jules is, you know? So we did the mission, and then we failed. The guy died. Then we killed his 4 favorite gorillas, who were there standing watch at his grave. This is all the real story, by the way. Definitely none of this is in jokes.
Yep.
We killed his 4 precious gorillas that were standing watch at his grave, as was his final wish, unbeknownst to us. Then a guy named Zach or whatever came, Kai, and a guy named Kai showed up, and he was like, damn, you guys are pretty cool, join my team. And then we did, and then we went on a mission to go beat up a big octopus because it was harassing people. We failed. Then we went fighting random wildlife in the mountains for a little bit, so we became stronger, and then we went back and we beat up the octopus for realsies, and that's where we are now. Yeah. Well, also, I think we decided that we want to go to the Orb on a Stick, which is a place that nobody's ever been able to get to yet.
Yeah, it's up a really annoying path. Like no one's made a proper path, and like people try and hike there. They're like, damn, this is difficult.
This is difficult. I'm gonna go home or die or something.
Yeah, it sucks.
Also important to know is that Sarissa, our girlfriend, at one point a different guy showed up and he was like, Sarissa, what the fuck are you doing? And she was like, I'm fraternizing with the enemy. And he was like, okay, carry on. That's also important to know. Yeah,
there's something going on with Sarissa.
Yeah, she's definitely not like from the moon or nothing.
Yeah, she's not from the moon. She's never been to the club.
She's never been to the club, dude. Oh wait, I have to go talk to the mayor. I'm writing down a forest where all the trees have been stripped of bark in my TTRPG modes. That's good, and then you find Sarissa and you're like, you're the culprit, you've done this. Also, we might experience some visual glitches and stuff, don't worry about it.
Yes.
We're excellent. Yeah, it's the cowboy mayor of Cowboy City, dude.
It is, yeah.
That's everybody's favorite.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, there we go. That's the voice. Hold on a little deeper. Yeah. Excellent. You come at a good time. The expedition you rescued was just here to thank the guild. I imagine it was difficult.
Also, yeah, I should mention everybody in the city is a cow person.
Yeah.
I imagine
that's not a joke, by the way. That they just dress like that and stuff.
It's very strange.
Yeah, a little bit. I picked up the blood as a vocal stem. The blood. I
love the blood.
Who up eating tree bark on this Saturday morfternoonvening. Morfternoonvening is awesome.
That's a word.
It sounds very like Old Norse, you know? You know, that makes me want to get what is that? There's like a type of basically a candy that's just like a stick that you just chew on. What is that again?
Like a stick of rock.
like just like a literally a stick. It's a stick like from a tree.
Oh, it's like
What is
I
it
don't
again?
know. I've never heard of such a thing.
It exists. I've had it.
Okay.
It's just
Let me
sweet.
have a
It's just
look.
like a very sweet tree, and you just chew
Tree
on it.
candy.
You just chew and bite and stuff. Also, that's an awesome track. I wish I had a little kitty with me right now.
Oh. I'm not seeing anything. Stick candy, maybe?
Sweet stick candy that you chew on. Maybe it's not a thing in other countries.
Maybe.
Okay, let me remove the candy. Sweet stick that you chew on. No.
This is how dogs describe what they brought home. Look at this sweet stick that I chew on.
That is what it is. Imagine if pets could tell us such, like, I think it'd be very funny if pets could talk. They weren't more intelligent. They didn't do things differently now that they could talk. They would just
They
talk.
can just describe what they see.
Yeah. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me look it up in Dutch. I think it's called zoethout, which is just
Zoethout.
yeah, which just means sweet wood. Yeah, there it is.
Fair enough.
Zoethout.
I mean, Google
So-
Sweetwood.
Let me
Oh,
see
no,
what it
yeah.
is. Yeah, do you
Googling
find it?
Sweetwood did bring it up, yeah.
Yeah. In English, it
fair
is
enough.
called licorice. Oké, het is geen. Het is duidelijk niet hetzelfde als dorp. Nee, dat is.
Yeah.
Wat? Hè? Fuck the.
I like how you said in English it is called, and then someone redeemed speak Dutch. So I didn't get to hear what it's called in
Nou,
English.
nee, ja, dat weet je gewoon niet. Jammer hè? Nee, maar dat is echt. Dat is zo niet waar. Dat is zo niet hetzelfde. It's not the same thing, dude.
Sure, I'll believe it. I don't know what it
English
is.
Wikipedia is fucked up. This is not what licorice is.
Oh, it's a licorice, isn't it?
Licorice is okay. When you think of licorice, do you think of a literal stick that you're chewing on?
No, I think of like brown, spongy thing.
Yeah.
No, black spongy thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But that's fucked up, dude. That is not the same thing.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
I'll
yeah.
believe you. That's not licorice.
Zoethout, sweet wood.
Sweetwood.
That is what it is, and it's good as fuck. And I haven't had it in ages, but now I want it.
So that's what your girlfriend's been chewing on.
Yeah, but no, just regular bark. But if I was gonna chew on bark, it'd be sweet wood. You know?
Yes.
Yes.
Some days we must cooperate and subject people to dwooch again.
Do it. It still happens. It does still occur.
I think it happened last stream actually.
I think so. Yeah, I think it did. Is licorice one of those foods that's just a totally different thing depending on region? I mean, I think it is. But even then, like, in depictions and stuff, licorice is not depicted, like, in cartoons and stuff, and, like, just where I've seen it, licorice is never, like, a stick, you know? Also, I feel like I should say again, when I'm talking about a stick, I don't mean a fabricated stick. I mean, literally, you grow a plant, there are branches on the plant, you cut off the branches, you sell the branches.
Yeah.
It is literally a stick. You're just chewing on a piece of nature. It is perhaps the most eco-friendly candy that there is, because it's just a stick.
You can survive in the woods for decades on them. Just chewing on the sweet stick.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I am suddenly reminded of salmiakki, which is salted licorice. It's an acquired taste, I hear. I have not acquired it. I do not like licorice myself, which I think that is why I have such an aversion to the idea of sweet wood being called licorice, because, like, but I like sweet wood.
I
So
feel like
it cannot be licorice.
I feel like licorice is one of those things that more people hate than like it. Like, I think I have a strong feeling that more people in the world hate licorice than actually like it. The licorice relies an outlier.
It feels like it, right?
And they must be stopped.
It's sort of. I feel like it's maybe in a same. It's in a similar position as pineapple on pizza, where it has gained such a notoriety at this point, where I feel like people that don't like it are just very vocal about it. Like, I find myself also just being like, oh, licorice fucking sucks. But it's just, I just don't like it. It's just me personally that doesn't like it, you know?
Yeah.
But it's not the same level as pineapple on pizza. Like, people get so aggressive about when they don't like pineapple on pizza, and it's like, you don't have to. You don't have to like it. You can let us normal people just enjoy the thing we enjoy, and you can stop being a freak and calling people out on liking a thing you don't like. It's not
exactly.
it's not that deep. It's okay, you know? Mm-hmm. Also, there is a poll now. Do you like licorice?
A poll?
Well, I have to vote on this.
If you
Wait, I voted on. No!
Did you vote yes? Sorry.
I did.
You fool.
Fuck. Okay, hold on. Can somebody who would have voted yes vote no, please? To balance it out.
Well, I guess that works.
What if I played the game?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Cowboy Mayor of Cowboy Town.
I lost it again.
Is that what's on his face? That's not a mustache, that's licorice. He's just got stoned his face.
He's just enjoying some licorice.
What do you think about a licorice mustache?
It's bad.
Fuck you.
I imagine it was a difficult fight, but you did wonderfully, as was expected.
Awesome. No, I will always compliment my girlfriend. Sarissa is really talented. What? Me? No, I barely did a thing. It was all Kai's leadership.
Now, you and Jewel both performed admirably. I'm sure Kai will agree you both pull your weight.
Oh, there's no question about it. You two are great. I've been blown away watching you.
I see greatness in your future. Keep up the excellent work.
Nope.
No, I won't. Yes, sir.
I wish I could say today's news ends with your success, but the world tends to throw us the bad with the good.
Did something happen?
One of our best hunters has gone missing, I'm afraid. I'd planned to introduce y'all when he returned, but we're watching and waiting for now, but the guild may ask you to go look for him at some point. Just keep that in mind. The bad with the goo.
The gold.
The goo. Now, if you'll excuse me, my work is piling up.
The hunter this time. I wonder what he's doing to get himself into trouble like that. What's up, Sarissa? You look pretty serious.
Aren't you going to tell the mayor about Captain Reeve? Captain Reeve is the guy that was like, why are you fraternizing with the enemy? You know?
I forgot about that guy.
Not unless you do.
I'm with Jewel there. Anyway, I figured you'll talk when you're ready, right? We're not gonna get far until we get the whole story from you.
Okay, it is a pretty close call about who does and does not like licorice, but the maturity is no.
Yes, if we move your vote, then this is more of a majority.
Egg.
Oh. Right, yes, but presumably one and only one person voted no in my stead. I might have just completely fucking skewed the data by asking people to do that. Also, Transgull Trish, thank you very much for the egg.
Oh well, it's a stupid poll anyway.
It is, it doesn't matter.
Everyone knows that 0% of the population likes licorice. It's a fake idea to sell more licorice.
True. I see. thank you. You're both so understanding. The mayor, too, we just met, but he talks to me like he really trusts me.
Yep, he's an idiot. You wouldn't get far in this world, in a world like this, if you didn't trust your friends. That seems pretty natural to me. Jeez, it's almost like you were taught growing up that everyone you meet is a predator.
Something like that, yes. More like there are all sorts of humans, so you have to be careful who you trust.
Sorry, once I've been called. Wait a second.
Calls Zoe like the election technician, the way she's fixing these votes. I wasn't even trying, it was just an accident. That's how good I am at it. Licorice to me is like an old person's candy. That's often the case, like you hear, yeah. You ever, okay, wait. Do you know, like, you can buy these at some stores, like a little tin, like a real little tin, and it's got like those little, those hard candies in it, you know? That, you know those? You can either like bite them or you can just have them in your mouth really long and melt them. And like they come in all kinds of flavors, like sort of like transparency. Sometimes they've got a little bit of a powdery outside coating. There's also very much an old person candy, but ooh, oh, they're so good though, you know? I haven't had those in a while either. I should go to a candy store. Are there any candy stores in my city? I don't know. I knew a candy store in my college city, but I don't know if there's a candy store in the city I live in now. I think there might not be. That's a bit of a shame. You might have to do some exploring. Oh wait, there's undoubtedly a candy store somewhere in there. You might have to do some exploring though. Well, I do love to explore. But I've known this city my whole life. You'd think I'd know by now. But yeah, off the top of my head, I can't remember where. Hello, if there is a candy store here.
So I've been delivered a succulent Chinese meal.
Oh, awesome, dude. Ooh, I would love to order a meal. Actually, I haven't really had enough to eat today.
Have you not eaten yet?
Not proper. Okay. I had a banana. I had a peanut butter sandwich. Then I had an apple and a banana and a granola bar, and that's all I've eaten today.
Oh, that's not enough.
No, not really. But I don't have time to cook dinner. I do have ingredients. I don't even know if they're still good because it's been a while since I bought them. But words. Come on, girl. But I've already ordered food like twice this week at least. Maybe even 3 times now that I think about it. At least twice. So money-wise, I really shouldn't be doing that. So I'll figure it out.
How you do?
Nice Chinese food. Or as they call it in China, food.
So true. I hear they eat this in China.
That's crazy, dude.
I know, right?
Wait, how did I get here? Their egg already? Don't know if I did. I think I didn't. Yeah. Did I? I don't know.
This is democracy manifest.
A meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Wait, how did I get
What is the charge?
Well, here's an egg anyway.
Whatever. Take the
Here's
egg.
a fucking egg. Just take it. God.
Just leave me alone.
God, Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are so goddamn needy. You're so fucking selfish. I'm sorry, of course. I'm just kidding.
And could I be exempt from voice acting while I eat my meal?
Of course. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will take up my role once I'm done.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty sad, Sarissa. And in times like these, getting by our own is next to impossible.
Yes, it is sad, but now I know better.
Good to hear it. Now, enough serious stuff. Let's hit the town and enjoy the sun a little.
Let's hit the club.
Let's go to the club, gang.
Sarissa, let's get to the club like you should be at.
Sarissa, what did they teach you in school?
Oh, you know, that you shouldn't always trust people.
Damn girl, that sucks. You should be at the club.
I'm so glad we've already stumbled upon this stream's bit.
It's just like this week's bit.
Where did all those U-bots fall from? They should have been at the club.
You could argue that this is the club. Ow. Everybody comes here to watch me play games, you know? You just like the
Gauntlet
club.
Club.
Yeah. Oh, I report on quests. Yay! The octopus is returned to wetlands, investigated and eradicated. That's not it. Wait, I think we should be able to access, like, get more story. Oh. Oh, it's because we hadn't reported the quest yet. I see. No, who could this be?
What a strange M.
It is a strange M. We in a club, mosh pit. Yo, mosh pit. Here we go. Mosh pit,
Battle
everyone.
Royale.
Mosh
I
pit,
love
time for
these.
mosh pit.
You should
Oh, I
make a
wonder where-
redeem to set off a battle royale.
Yeah, I honestly
Don't
should.
do enough battle royales.
Damn, ow. No, I died. Ow.
No, fuck.
Fuck.
During the battle royale.
Damn, I can't believe I was the first to die.
I know, right?
Where's my U-bot though? Okay, I'm looking at my U-bot. Oh, my health is not looking too good. I don't know if I'm gonna win this one, gang.
Like, where am I? Oh, I'm right there, all the way over to the. Oh yeah, I'm looking bad too.
Oh, damn. Oh
Yeah, I need it.
I'm about to die. There I go.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
gone.
I'm still
yeah.
winning. I'm still going. I'm still going. And I exploded. Oh, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Oh, wait, how to get here has a lot of good chance.
Yeah.
Chocolate outline as well. I think it's gonna be chocolate outline. Has more health right now.
Yep.
And
There
it's
it goes.
1v1.
When this happens, Golden Queen
why?
just picks up a screwdriver, being like, "Well, I guess I'll put all these back together."
No, I have a little machine in the U-bot room that just turns them out anytime someone dies.
I
Yo,
see.
chocolate outline's getting health.
Yo,
Never mind. Turn around for no reason.
what the hell? I didn't realize there were health packs.
Yeah. Yay, good job.
Yay! Wait, how did I get here? Wins.
Wait, how did you get here? By punching everyone really good.
That's. Oh, you cleared the chat. Oh, so we're in subscribers only mode now. You should not be trusted. Not the emergency lockdown button. You're all here, now you can never leave. Oh. Yeah, it was broadcast queen. Maybe you should, oh, apparently you're muted again.
Shit. Fuck. I forgot it also mutes me.
Maybe you should have moved the emergency lockdown button somewhere else.
Yeah, well, it's the first time that's happened. But yeah,
I
perhaps I
guess
should.
that's true.
I'll move it. There we go, I moved it. Bum 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 bum. Do.
It's actually just a big red button that Zoe has on her desk. She sometimes she accidentally slaps it.
Just slam down on it, yeah. It's actually a big red button on my phone, but you know, same.
Where's your phone? On your desk.
On my desk. That's fucking right. So true. It's here. That doesn't seem right.
I'm glad we have a broadcast queen. battle royales are kind of like a puzzle, you know. You have to punch people in the right order in order to win.
That's true. Never thought about it like that, but you're so right.
Really, every fight is
Hi.
just a big puzzle.
I'm gonna block most of the DS, the bottom screen, but that's whatever, I guess. Anyway, hi everyone. Sorry about that. That was my bad. I accidentally pushed the lockdown button. We're good now. We're fine.
We're no longer locked down. You may leave if you want. The doors are back open, but please don't. Imagine a Twitch feature just prevented people from leaving your stream. If they try to close it, just pops back up.
It's like, you know, like some web pages, if you try to back out, it just reloads the page. You have to like spam the previous page button. So fucking annoying, dude. Anyway, that
really is.
with the Twitch now. But yeah, the emergency lockdown button is like for if we get hate rated or something, you know? It's an important feature to have. And also, yes, I'm very tall. Hello.
She's so big.
I'm very tall. I'm like 9 meters tall. I'm big tall.
That's so big.
Car battery!
That's at least 3 feet.
Ow. Hey, video game. I'm the anti-Fenny Queen. I am. Fenny Queen is so short. Ow.
Do you think the Broadcast Queen ever accidentally just steps on Fennec Queen because they're both so different in height that Broadcast Queen can't see her?
No, there's U-bots running around everywhere, so I've learned to look down. Ow.
Yes. She's always just walking around with her neck craned down. If she had a neck bone, it would hurt so badly.
My perception is a little different than other people. I already have one weird eye after all, so
What if
I get
Sorry,
cheese.
what if Broadcast Queen just pulled off the TV and like placed it on like a headless U-bot body? Just ran around like that?
That'd be fun. Wait. Sure, whatever.
Hello, U-bots. I am one of you now.
I am just like you. I want to be the U-bot that sticks to the leg and goes wee. I do think U-bot's like climbing me, Broadcast Queen. Anyway. Oh, this guy,
Who the
right?
fuck is this guy?
Ugh. What's wrong? Where? How?
No, he's not a robot racist, is he?
Oh, no, I don't think maybe. We'll see. Why are you staring at Jill like that?
You're the same. You are. You've got to be.
All you robots are the same.
Fucked up.
Do you know this guy, Jewel?
Coquette inquisitively.
Like a puppy.
I'm sorry, I can. What?
I said like a puppy.
Like a puppy. Fun fact, Broadcast Queen is the only queen who shouldn't be at the club. That is because she is the club. Yeah, I play the music on my screen.
You're the club.
I'm the club. People should be after me.
I'm sorry, I can understand why this would be perplexing. We've actually never met. I'm not following you here. So why are you surprised to see someone you've never met before? Believe me, I'm just as perplexed as you.
I am so confused.
I'm sorry, I've gone about this backwards. My name is Nicholas. I trade in relics unearthed from ruins. I'm sorry to be cryptic about this, but is it possible that you're 200 years old or more?
I have no idea. We don't know.
I hate his mustache. It looks like he's drawn onto his face in Sharpie, in yellow Sharpie.
I think it is.
Fair enough.
But yeah, we don't fucking know. We have no memory.
Of course. Forgive me. I'd forgotten that casts all lost their memory. How could you know? I'm still having trouble seeing where all this is going. It's Nicholas, right? Do you think you could boil it down nice and simple for us?
For simple folk like me.
Do you think you could simple flips it? Do you think you could shout out simple flips?
You just playing this game, he just says shout out to Simple Flips.
Shout out to simple flips. You have no memory in your memory. Ow. My head.
Your memory banks.
Yeah, boil it down for us like a steel. Gang.
Gang.
Ow. Also, first of all, Polar Stars, that's right, I would flick je on de head en dan teleporteer ik je naar de club. En dat zal een serie van non-Euclidische puzzels, blokpuzzels zijn en zo, dat klopt inderdaad. Hier is het ding, right? Ik ben bezig met Among the Trees aan het spelen. En je kunt erin koken. En je kookt altijd een stoofpot. En het geluid dat het zo bubbelt en zo. En ik heb nou zoveel zin in stoofpot, hè? Dat ik echt, I just want that now. I've just really got a craving for that, you know?
You can drink Coke.
It will. Meow. I'll try my best. You've heard, perhaps, that a new ruin site was discovered recently? I was there, moving ahead with the investigation together with a human escort. There, we found a machine with images from before the Great Blank. A sort of video projector, I suppose you'd say.
The Great Blank.
Great Blank.
I imagine it's actually cool that they just haven't filled in the name yet.
they have in development.
They have a form for like standard fantasy thing that happens, and they need to fill in the Great Blank.
That'd be good. Also, Crimson Pleasure, thank you very much for the egg. No, the Great Blank was it's basically at some point all of his history just kind of disappeared. Cats lost their memories and went into stasis. Humans, don't remember. There's no history from before that point from humans. There are structures. That's why there's ruins and stuff. And that's why nobody has ever been to the Urbanistic, because maybe we did at some point before the Great Blank.
That seems like it would make everyone really fucking paranoid.
You would think that,
yeah.
but no. I guess because in times of great turmoil, people come together more. Because there's also not that many people. There are very large expanses of nothing between settlements. This was explained during the intro cinematic, which I think we all talked over back then.
Yeah, probably.
Oops.
See, here's the thing, I would never go anywhere, because I'd be like, wow, what if exploring the orb on the stick caused the Great Blank, and it's just happening continuously over and over again? We just don't know.
Fun. Well, who knows? Maybe that is what happened.
That's horrifying. I don't like it.
Yeah, but how would you know if you don't try?
I won't know even if I do try, so what's the point?
Oh, I forgot. Also trying to nice Kingdom Hearts reference. And not just but the word too. Anyway, Great Blank. Oh, he's gonna explain it now, I think. Great Blank.
You're really not familiar? Well, surely you know that civilization far more advanced than ours once existed here. We call the phenomenon that ended it the Great Blank, though we don't really understand it. It occurred roughly 2 centuries ago.
Ah, I see. I'm sorry, I just always learned it under a different name.
A different name? I don't think I've ever heard it called anything but Great Blank. Have you? Let's get back to the point. What does Jewel have to do with a video from 200 years ago? Well, and I know how this sounds, but there was someone absolutely identical to you in that footage.
How strange. Is it really possible that it's you? And even so, what are the chances?
Good questions, both. That's why I was surprised to see you in person. Not to spring another topic on you out of the blue, but you're hunters, right? Could I ask you to help my friend, Ogie?
Ogie Bear?
Ogie Bear? Yes, he is a bear. A large gay man.
Like everyone in this town.
Like we all are, yeah, that's right. Ogie, why does that name sound so familiar? He's another hunter, right? That's right, a caste hunter. I was just at the guild to submit a request for help. I told you I was exploring the ruins with a hunter escort, right? That escort was Ogie. As you know, none of the castes waking up have any memory of the past. Well, Ogie was always eager to learn all about all he'd forgotten. He was all for helping me sift through the ruins. When he saw that video, he was just about bursting with curiosity. Anyway, he's gone missing. I hear he was down in the valley to hunt some hostile causing trouble there.
The one the mayor mentioned? Or I wonder what happened. What is it that we think?
The mayor mentioned?
The one the mayor mentioned? We're up to date. We're staying informed about topics. We are remembering things and such. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll bet you it's the same person.
The mayor?
Yes. He said that one of his best hunters that recently got missing.
That has to be Ogie then. I know he and the mayor were close. Ugh. But did it have to be the valley? That's a nasty place to get lost. I know he can handle himself, but I still can't help but worry. The guild should send help right away. I know he ate a cheese. Jewel, I know Ogie would be curious to meet you. I'm sure he could teach you a good bit from him as well. Perhaps that's enough incentive to convince you all to go look for him?
We'll think about it.
No, I don't think we will.
No, we're not gonna do that. No, of course we'll do it right away. There's one thing we know about Jewel, is that she jumps right into battle to help people.
He sounds kind of lame.
Ogie sounds stupid. His name is Ogie.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear it. I hope you find him soon and in one piece. Yo. Yo. Dreaming. Don't.
And I have finished. Sorry, I was going to say, finish my food so I can reprise my voice rolls now.
Good.
It would be a crime to lose such a skilled hunter, and more importantly, such a dear friend. You have my thanks.
I still can't imagine what Jewel is doing in a video from 200 years ago.
But I can't believe that man would make something like that up. Now I'm really curious to see it for myself.
Well, we can head out there anytime. The rescue mission's probably at the quest counter by now.
And if a fellow hunter really is in danger, we should help him.
Just be sure you're good and ready before we head out there. The valley's an unforgiving place.
Not as unforgiving as a fucking octopus.
Those unforgiving as the Cluuuub.
Not as forgiving as the club.
And I have some fortune cookies.
Oh, the club.
Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I thought I'd see what the fortune cookies say.
Yeah, it does.
Let's see.
I
can't get the piece of paper out. There you go. Ooh, it says you will receive some high prize or reward soon.
Yo! VTuber of the year?
Yo, I hope so.
Yo.
I am a very good VTuber.
Yeah, it's true. Everybody should follow you. You should get a shout out in chat.
So I give myself the shout out?
Sure. Damn, I've got about 15 minutes to order something from my local Chinese place. Should probably not do that. Should probably not bother them with it. But I would love some food and I'm hungry.
It's up to you. I don't think they're going to be bothered by you giving them money. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, but okay, but delivering would take, like it says that it takes 35 to 60 minutes, which would be past their closing time, and I don't want to bother them.
I see. Well, you do need to eat something more substantial. We both know this.
I do. See, I was just gonna eat like another breakfast, but I had a peanut butter sandwich for breakfast, and skin fried dumplings, thick skin fried dumplings. I don't know. I can look, but and then I was like, oh, I'll have I'll have granola and yogurt for dinner, quote unquote. But I don't have any granola anymore, so it doesn't
I see.
work. I didn't
I
mean for
think
that to be a
you should
meme. Oops. Should I? Chad, what should I do?
You pull out a small picture of cats, and you're like, and the cats like, get the Chinese will need the energy in the coming days.
I pull up chat on my phone.
Wow, jeez, I don't know.
I sure do be hungry.
Here, let me see why. Sorry.
I could order something from somewhere else, of course, but I feel like ordering from this place. Plus, they have big portions, so I could eat twice.
Let me see what the second fortune cookie says. It might help answer your question.
Of course, of course.
The second one says, take the chance or you still have the choice.
Does it actually
is-
say that?
It does, yeah. Once
Holy
I'm
shit.
once I'm turning on my camera in a
Okay.
cool, there you go.
It doesn't focus.
No, doesn't it?
I just
Trust me,
your,
it says that.
yeah, I'll take your word for it. If you're willing to show it to me, even if it doesn't focus, I'll take your word for it. Damn, I guess I have to now.
You have to.
I don't want to bother them, but I guess I will. Let's be a bad person about it.
Take the chance we still have the choice.
Damn, I am.
Otherwise you may
I
be
am.
forced to.
I'm making a bad. I'm being a bad person. Look at me go.
You're not a bad person.
Do you
You're
think
morally
that?
grey at worst.
Okay, well that's fine then. Do you think that Pippi, my D&D character who's a goat, is a bad person?
I do think she's a bad person.
Bad.
Bad.
And a sociopath.
She's a toxic queen.
Tiny devil on your shoulder WHO slips you 20 bucks and tells you to buy Chinese.
I guess you got to now.
I guess I have to now. Thank you very much, Carrot Cat. Jesus.
See,
Okay.
see now you have no choice. The fortune cookie was correct.
Yeah. It's all real and true. I have to now. There's no choice.
I can't wait for my VTuber the year award to ride.
Yeah, I'm so excited for you. Okay, quick. I have to be fast about this.
Yum yum yum. Hum yum yum. Hum yum yum.
That's you while you're eating Chinese. Nom nom nom.
It's gonna be me.
Yeah, we definitely need to sort D&D out so you have time to eat before stream.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I have to make sure that on the day that we play TTRPG, either I have leftovers or I order food
Yeah.
in advance, you know? Then it's fine. Also, I'm doing the QR code and Step and Paint. Okay, the order has been made. I hope that it's not too late. That rhymes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how our inventory.
Do the queens have to eat?
No, of course not. We're digital.
Okay, well I don't. Maybe we need to eat bits and bites. I don't know.
No, we can eat. We can eat digital food, but we don't have to.
Chomps on sticks of RAM.
I did eat a USB stick that one time. That was choice at the time. That was fun.
Wait, what?
I ate a USB stick one time.
Okay.
I can have a bite to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, thank you very much, Carrot Cat, for giving me the money for foodsies. I'm gonna enjoy it so much.
You're a true hero, okay?
Truly. Hello.
Yo,
There's-
it's a girl.
It's a girl. There's one female character design that we haven't encountered yet that I really like.
There's only one female in this game we have not encountered yet.
No, that's not true. There's a fallen party member. We should get some. Okay.
I guess we better go find this robot.
There's a
Can't
robot.
abide by a lost robot. Maybe he is dead and you can steal his body because it's cool or something.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not more ideal for me, at least.
Damn.
But it is a
What
cool body.
loser. I thought it was meant to be one of the best hunters.
It's a cool design. Clockworks. Search for the cast Ogi missing in Gorasia Valley. He may be in trouble.
I doubt he's in trouble. I think he's fine.
I think he's A-okay.
I think he's at the club.
I think he's at the club.
One nice valley.
It is nice and not hostile at all. The Gorasia Valley. It's completely dry. It's completely different from the wetlands. It's dry as a bone out here. Ow.
The heat's a lot easier to bear. It's actually pretty comfy here. Unfortunately, the hostiles seem to think so too. Got a lot of quests asking for help out here. I'm sure Ogi came out here on one of those.
There's so much variety to the train. There's so much. There's so much variety to the. Jesus Christ, why is this hard? There's so much variety to the terrain here. It's amazing. Freezing mountaintops, humid wetlands, and now. Ow! Fuck! Ow!
Damn. You didn't have to do it like that.
Damn. Blech. Ow. Humid wetlands and now places like this.
And that's all just in that little corner of the world. I'm sure there's stuff out there waiting to be discovered that makes all this seem boring.
It's exciting to think about, isn't it?
Nope.
No, it's pretty boring, I gotta be honest with you.
It's part of why I do what I
Busted.
do. But for now, we should think about Ogi. It's a cast, so he shouldn't be hard to spot. I will stretch too.
Phew. And also Glasterth and Akai, thank you both for the eggs. There we go. Also a sippy. I will pour a new tea. Oh, I should have done that already so I could have had a sippy. Not a sippy, we'll have to wait. Or I guess pouring the tea is part of the sippy.
Car battery!
Can't believe you're doing this to her.
A lesser woman would have spilled the tea when it happened. Instead, I only spilled the tea a little bit. That's fine.
Unless a woman would have spilled the tea when that happened. Instead, I accidentally broke both of my hands.
Instead, I tossed the entire kettle. Instead, it was deliberate.
No, I did that shit on purpose.
I did that shit on purpose. I died, but the tea wasn't spilled. Not one drop. Actually, it was literally one drop.
Single drop.
A single little drop. Wow. Here we go.
Here we go.
Chad, how do you play this game? What are we doing?
I don't know. And that's your game.
Oh yeah.
You're the only one who's been playing it thus far. You're the only person to ever play this game.
I hope not, because this game is really fun and I want more people to enjoy it. Look, we're fighting tiny dinosaurs.
Yo, we are. It's the little raptors.
What are they called? Growl?
Bro. It's like that
Growl.
one Pokemon, you know, the small one that's basically just a face and a tail. It evolves into Garchomp, I can't remember what it's called.
Oh yeah. Gobble or some shit.
Gobble.
Gibbous. Gibby.
Ghastly,
my
no, not
Carly.
Ghastly. Ghastly transforms into a hunter.
I know what chain means. I've played this game so many times and I still don't know what it means when it says when chain pops out. I think it has to do with magic, maybe?
I feel it's like a combo.
Gibble? Give blood? Give
Blood?
blood? Blood to blood?
The blood vat?
The blood vat? Also, I got a message on my phone. Let me see if it's not relevant. No, it's fine. I think.
Message on the phone that just says how fucking dare you order from us. We banned you last time.
You are so. Hi, I'm really hungry. Sorry that I'm ordering for you guys so late. If it's not too much trouble, can I get some food? God,
You're
you are
extremely
incredibly selfish. Die.
Die!
Oh no!
I love that you knew where I was going with that.
I am 12.
I am 12. Pippi being like, I am 1 week old.
I am 1 week old.
I have been sentient for 1 week.
I don't feel safe.
I'm so safe.
It's like that one Digital Circus meme, like when you suddenly gain sentience at 4 years old.
But you certainly turn into a humanoid after the daughter of your farming owners gets kidnapped.
Oh, that's fun. Shout out to Pippi.
Shout out to Pippi.
She's a bat.
She is a ba.
Anyway, what's going on in this here the desert?
Well,
There's
we are
dinosaurs.
we're fighting random dinosaurs and birds and shit. That's
We're
it.
looking for a robot.
Yeah. Sorsa just points at me and is like, oh, I found one. And then they kiss.
Yeah,
Yay.
let's go.
All the background art in this game is absolutely stellar. It's so pretty. I really like the environments and stuff. They do some very nice stuff with not that much, you know? It's quite a simple game, but it looks very nice.
The Skyboxes level reminds me of a surface tension halfway.
I can see that, yeah. Wait, I have to read all that once these people are dead. I mean, things, they're not people, don't worry about it. Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Jill. I'm a robot. I am 22, 47. I love watching Pibby and season 2 of Adventure Time. I eat batteries sometimes, and sometimes I don't. My favorite color is...
I don't feel safe, Sam, but it's from Amphibia, you're absolutely right.
Yes, it is.
Yes. I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe. It is indeed a frog grandpa called
Yes.
Hop Hop from Amphibia.
Hop, hop,
Hop Hop.
Hopadaya.
Hopadaya planner. What was I saying? I feel like I was gonna say more stuff about the art of this game.
I thought it was
It is
goofy.
nice. It is not.
I don't feel good. I don't feel safe.
It sounds nothing like Goofy.
No, I don't.
It's been too long since I've voiced Goofy in Kingdom Hearts. I just don't.
It doesn't sound anything.
Gosh, I don't feel safe.
No.
It doesn't sound anything like Dire either.
No, I can see. Yeah, he leveled up to level 10. I can see Dyad doing the hop up voice. I can see him do it.
Maybe.
Have I said anything incorrect about Jill? Yeah, I don't think Jill is 22. Jill is more like, I mean, we don't know Jill's actual age, I guess, because we just
She
woke
might
up.
be 222.
She might be 222, but she's more like a teenager, I think, because Sarissa is like a teenager. Why is Sarissa here, dude? Why did she get sent on this mission? She literally should be at the club.
She should be buried in that club.
She should be at the age-appropriate club.
Yo, she
Oh wait,
dancing.
you don't mean 22, but actually 47. You mean 22, aka 2,247 years old.
Nice.
That's more like it.
So, she's at the age appropriate club dancing to the cha-cha slide. Slide to the left. Nah, to the right.
Little wheels in her feet just make her like slide without moving her body.
Yeah, she's got Heelys, bro.
She got super heelys that make her go left and right.
Yeah.
We have no idea how old Jewel is, but we do know where she should be. The club.
The club. She should be wielding a giant club.
Honestly, though,
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe. Fucked up in an ethical, goofy voice.
Well, gosh, it's alright. Safety is an illusion. The only way you can be safer than anyone else is by making them unsafe from you.
That does work. Goofy would say that. That is our Goofy. I know it's been a hello Space Junk. I know it's been a while since we played Kingdom Hearts and Goofy was there, but don't forget, our Goofy is very dangerous.
What the fuck are your Kingdom Hearts streams about?
Goofy, I relate a lot to Goofy because Goofy loves his friends so much and hates his enemies so much, and will do anything to protect his friends and make his enemies suffer. And he has been to jail. He has spent time in jail.
Oh, he spent time in jail.
Yeah.
What about his son? Is his son okay?
I think he's dead.
Max is dead?
Yeah, I think he's dead in that universe. I forgot. I don't remember.
That's fucked up. First his wife and now his son. Can't Goofy catch a break?
Why do you think he's like this? He's lost so much, you know. He feels like he doesn't have enough to live for anymore because like he feels like everything he loves is already taken from him. So he's like very aggressively trying to keep them here, you know.
That's fucked up. I can't believe Goofy, this has been done to my main man Goofy.
Yeah. This game looks super neat. I think I'm gonna put it on my 3DS. I don't know if you can because this is a DS game. We have upped the resolution for this stream. But you can put it on your DS if you have one of those cards. I forgot what they were called. R4.
Yeah. You could also just put the if you got
Wait,
a
I'm
copy,
sorry. I mean, you can totally put it on your totally real, legitimate, legally acquired
You can
DS
just put the card
cartridge.
into the DS. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, gosh, Sora, nowhere is safe as long as I draw breath.
Don't worry, Sora. I'll kill all who oppose you.
Okay.
There are people who oppose me.
Well, yeah, of course. Organization 13. Oh,
I don't know anything
thing.
about Kingdom Hearts.
A lion or some
don't feel
shit. Ow.
That's not a lion. What do you mean?
You can run DS games on the 3DS. Just put the card into the 3DS. I mean, yeah, if you have it legally, but I was sort of assuming that they didn't mean it like that.
Why would you assume that your viewers would break the laws, though?
I don't know. I'm in a weird vibe.
Please forgive me, Twitch mods. I'm in a weird vibe.
In a weird vibe. Anything incriminating I said is because I was in a weird vibe. It's okay.
I'm in my getting weird with it era.
Yeah. Hey, anyone notice that lion bull thing just killed my friends?
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, they're kind of completely dead.
Yeah, they're dead.
For any Twitch mods watching, breaking the law is my stream aesthetic. It's all a bit. It's all.
Yeah,
a bit.
I definitely would not actually do anything like that. I definitely don't think trespassing is okay.
Trespassing where, for instance, just so we know where not to trespass.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, whereabouts are you talking to not trespass?
Like my favorite place to inform people of not to trespass is definitely like really cool old buildings that you for no fucking reason that aren't in use, but for some fucking reason you're not allowed to go there. That's definitely my favorite place to stay away from.
Yeah, you should. You could be dangerous in there. Yeah. There could be property still in there that they don't want you looking at or touching.
Exactly. So you should definitely not do that sort of thing. They're dead. This is why they should have been at the club.
It's so true. If they wouldn't have died if they were at the club.
Yeah, right?
Can you trespass into an abandoned bison farm? No, unless it's for the bit, in which case, yes.
What did we just say? You're definitely not allowed to do that. No matter how fun it would be. My friends are alive.
Yay! They've got your back, despite their
Yeah.
poor health.
Yay! And also that they're staying behind. I guess they are staying behind me then, so checks out.
What if it's abandoned by humans but not by bison? I mean, are the bison safe?
Are the bison okay with you coming there?
Yeah. I'm much more worried about the bison than I am a human, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bison can be dangerous, they're like fucking bulls.
Yeah, dude, bison are big fucking animals.
They are, they're huge. They're like bigger bulls.
Yeah.
They would just charge at you if you fucking annoy them. Are bison ever okay with anything? Then you probably shouldn't trespass in the bison farm.
Yeah, don't do that. For your own safety. And the safety of the bisons, actually, also. Because, you know what happens when... when like, just an animal hurts a human, and the authorities get involved.
They eradicate the entire species from the planet.
Yup. Which is not ideal.
Yo,
There
this fucking Karen got too close to this goose and it like bit her. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to nuke the park then.
I think we should eradicate all life on Earth, I guess.
I always hated that when someone fucking antagonizes an animal and the animal reacts and people are just like, well, guess we gotta kill it.
Damn, stupid animal.
It's not the animal is not human enough to not fight back when it's attacked. I guess it deserves to be killed.
Yup. So annoying. Anyway. Still no luck.
Hey, no news is good news, right? By all accounts, he can handle himself. In a fight, I doubt he's kicked it yet. What was okay? Still, let's keep pushing ahead. He may be further back a ways.
I'll let you do this character actually, since you only have one voice so far.
Yeah, that's funny. Hey, you there? Did you say something, Jewel? Are you dense? You human down here?
What? So head? What in the world?
I fail to see what's so shocking about finding a cast-off cranium on the roadside. My name is Ogi. I'm currently in a bit of a bind because my body was destroyed in a sneak attack. I was careless. In any case, I'm more or less stuck here as a result.
Ogi? You're Ogi? Oh, thank good. Wait, are you sure you're okay? I mean, you're just a head.
We casts wear bodies like you humans wear hats, except upside down. They're convenient, but not necessary to live. That's pretty wild. You casts are durable, I'll give you that. Human heads don't tend to fare so well alone. I hear you humans are all about heart. Well, a cast's head is his heart. Sorry, a cast's heart is his head. I assume that cast of you can understand what I'm saying.
I'm just like, oh, don't drag me into this. A hat? Really? Jill, is your body seriously just an ornament?
There's little point in arguing the semantics of it. Besides, there's something far more curious here. You, cast, what is your name?
I'm
Kai. What is Kai?
You know we're gonna say Kai. It's Kai.
I think he's asking you, not me. Also, I think you already knew that. Now quit playing around and tell the man your name. Jewel, you say? The illusion of free choice.
I know,
If
fucked
you're-
up, right?
If you
Stupid
allow
game.
me an odd question, Jewel, have you been alive for at least 200 years or so?
This again? I was born yesterday.
Literally born yesterday.
Yes, they're born. Might be today, if I'm gonna be honest. It might still be today in like,
Yeah.
because I feel like we haven't had any sleeping time in the game. You know, like not a moment where it's like, all right, see y'all tomorrow. You know.
No one in your party needs to
Oh,
sleep.
my food! That was
Your
fast.
food!
Yay! Okay, I'll be right back.
Hi everybody, it's me. I guess it's not me. Oh no, I can still be heard. I think. Can you guys hear me still? I'm talking as if you can hear me, but I don't actually know if you can. You can hear me? Great. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. I hope Zoe enjoys her food. Luckily, it's nearly break time. You know, it's only 5 minutes till E time. You guys love E time, right? So Zoe will be able to eat while she eats, I guess. I wonder what kind of Chinese food she got. Yeah, exactly. Give me an E. E. Give me an E. E. Give me an E. Dude. I have no idea what's going on with this Phantasy Star story, to be honest. I have no idea what's going on with most stories, to be honest. Like Kingdom Hearts I've never played. I know nothing about the Phantasy Star series. So I have no idea where this is going. I'm learning all this new stuff about this brand new world. A whole new world. I hope that it goes in an interesting direction. It's not just like boring fantasy stuff from here on out. What if we fucked around and found out? Oh, I think I heard a curtain opening. Hello.
I have food.
Excellent. We've only got 5 minutes to the e-break, so perfect time.
Ooh, nice. I'll be able to do my E and then eat my food. Eat
Estrogen.
my food, in fact.
Estrogen.
Estrogen. E time? At this time of day in this part of the country? Hold on, what's the voice?
E time? At this time of day in this part of the country, localized entirely in this Queen stream.
Yes.
Yes. May I see it?
No. No.
But yes, hello everyone, I'm back. I've got food. So
Yay.
let's go through this cutscene, and then we can take an e-break.
Yes.
Anyway, we were born yesterday, because that's funny to say and it doesn't fucking matter.
I see.
Why does he accept it?
I apologize. It was a strange thing to ask. I prefer ellipses.
Ellipses.
What is it? Why the sudden silence? It is very unsettling.
Born yesterday. You should be at the club.
You should be at the club.
Not a sir. I am madame. Both of us are madames.
It's true, we're both madame.
And there are eggs because that is a thing we do here. If you spend but one little egg, or one little channel point, you can put your egg on the stack, and together we can cover a bunch of the screen with eggs.
Yeah,
That's it. It's fun.
That's the goal, to cover as much of the screen of eggs as possible.
Squid! Okay.
Squid.
Squid. Squid. But
Sorry, it's just kind of weird hearing that oddball question twice in one day. What? But how is that? Ah, you've met Nicholas, have you?
That's right. He's the one who requested that we come here to find you.
Then you must have heard the details by now. That simplifies things. We should just pick his head off of the floor, just like so we're not talking down at him as he's...
Right? This feels very indignant, you know?
Still, the resemblance truly is uncanny. The longer I look, the more similar you seem to be to the one in that footage. Who's similar for a simple coincidence?
So, where are the ruins you found that machine in, Augie?
You're curious, are ya?
Well, sure. I've never heard of a machine like that, and we don't even know where that place is. Right? I mean, it'd be terrible if, someone were to attack the ruins. Don't you think, Jill? For context...
Very non-suspicious?
Well, for context, for those who don't remember or weren't here last time, we met Sarissa's superior from wherever they're from, who's to say? And he was like, I'm going around and destroying all the ruins. Because I don't want the humans to find out about all the knowledge and stuff in them. So now we're like, if we want to see this recording, then we should get there fast before that guy does.
Exactly.
I do. Right? We know so little about the past, it's natural that we want to learn more.
I see we share an interest in history. I'd be happy to show you the ruins in question, if you so choose. Before we go, though, I have one favor to ask you. I heard you came here to take care of a large hostile making trouble in the area. Unfortunately, I'm in no shape to fight anymore. Do you think I could pick up where I left off?
Oh, we're at the club.
Yo, we're at the club. Got your mother in a whirl at the club.
Yo, your mother should be at the club.
She should be. Got your mother at the club.
She's not sure how to dance at the club. Okay, we'll continue to the end of this cutscene, then we'll take a break where I do my E and start my dinner. Yay.
Okay. Yay.
Yeah, we'll fucking do it. We're always ready for action, you know?
We
Right?
are. We're ready to fight.
We're ready to fight.
You have my thanks.
Ow.
Thank you. I'll owe you one. Now, if I might ask one more favor, can you bring my head with you? I'm a couple of legs short of a pair. I hear casts are heavier than they look. I guess we can't just leave you here. Don't worry, I'll lug you around.
Yeah, the beheaded head is talking to you. Us.
The beheaded.
It's because it's a cast, and casts, just their head is where their whole everything is. You know, they can persist without a body. Look at him.
Now that that's settled, we've got a hostile to track. Let's look further in.
Sorry, but could I ask just one thing? I hate to bring up a painful subject, but what exactly happened to your body, Ogi? Was it that hostile? Or was it a person?
You did call a sneak attack. That makes it sound like it might have been a person.
So yeah, it is kind of like a reverse Dullahan, actually, yeah. That's cute.
That's very perceptive. Your assumptions are correct. I was attacked by a person.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
Oh
There are
damn.
bad people about. It could be the ruined saboteur that the mayor mentioned. Would you mind sharing what you know with us? I hope you'll take no offense when I say that, unfortunately, most humans look the same to me. It was also an ambush.
Yo, fucked up. Okay, racist moments?
I am a human racist. Not that I am human and racist, but I'm racist against humans.
You get it, yes, you get it. Any characteristic would help, like if he was skilled at... Oh, you know, just a completely random suggestion. If he was skilled at lightning techniques, for example.
He was skilled at beheading me, if that helps. How did you know that? It's true. He showed a frightening level of proficiency.
Oh god. Fruit Snack Rat, thank you very much for following. What a fun name. Oh, careful.
Had I known humans are capable of that level of technique use, I may have not been taken by surprise. Sarissa, do you think?
Yes, it has to be Captain Reeve. That's the guy. I just don't understand why.
Well, stewing over it won't solve anything. We might find some answers if we keep moving.
Well, I guess we'd better pause the game. Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
Shit! Pause! Okay, we're good. Okay. Okay, we're good.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I might have to stop doing that voice. That is killing my throat.
Oh yeah, I can take over if you want.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, it sure is 4 minutes past 9 p.m. my time. That means
sure
it's time
is.
for a break. For me to do my ester gel. Yay! And and also start eating some food. I might still be eating the food when we come back from the break, but we'll see. We can always just chat for a bit while I eat the rest. Anyway, we'll take a 20 or so minute break. I'll put on some nice music for y'all. If any of you have to take medicine as well, please remember to do so. Make sure you stay hydrated, get some snackies, stretch your leggies, etc. And we will be back to fight one of those big things that killed everybody in the party except for me the other time. So I'm sure it'll go really well. And then also go fight more stuff and find out more lore. Yay!
I love fighting things.
Yay! Alright, I'll see you guys in a bit. Bye guys.
See you soon.
Bye bye.
Bye.
It's been a long time coming. The wind has settled down. No more misty hotels, and no more sound. I'm leaving this ground, 'cause I just shine.
No, you know what? This isn't club music. I gotta put on a different playlist.
Fly, what you say, what you gonna do? Change your ways, change your life, change your point of view. Been so long since your feet felt the open air. So far back down the line, were you even there? It's so cold, the rain blows in your eyes. It's so cold, the days go flashing by. what you hide. And you're on your way to work, but you just can't work it out. And you can't recall the details of what it was about. So you hustle through your morning, and you waste your afternoon. And at night you're still wondering if you'll dream again so soon. And you lie awake and wonder, and you never get your sleep, 'cause you're still waiting for the answer, but you never hear a peep. And you die alone and angry, and you're wrapped up in a shroud, and the world's far below you, and your feet are in the clouds. Hands up for the highwayman. We're headed to the Holy Land. It's slowing loud. We're going down. No matter no friend or foe, there won't be a second show. You're bleeding out. You're screaming out. Take away my body. Take away my body. Give me back my fever dreams. Give me back my everything. Operator, operator, we've been dying on the dance floor. We've been dying on the dance floor. Sooner or later, you'll be getting what you came for. You'll be getting what you came for. Operator, operator, there's a fire in the flashing lights. For the blood of communion, just a taste to remember you. Hands up for the hit parade. We're headed to the Golden Gate, so say goodbye. We leave tonight. Hail, hail to the rock and roll. This bonfire break your soul right open wide. It's such a ride. Take away my body. Take away my body. Give me back my R&B. Give me back my, give me back my. Operator, operator, we've been dying on the dance floor. We've been dying on the dance floor. Sooner or later, you'll be getting what you came for. You'll be getting what you came for. Operator, operator, there's an iron in the air about time. It's a kiss out of heaven, just a piece to remain when you Now that the money's run out, what was all you find yourself on the track where you came off the rails when they promised you couldn't fail? Reading all the right books, thinking all the right thoughts in another light. Looks like you had a blind spot. Who would ever choose this? Would you rather lose this? And when the diamond in your hand was only cold, and every bullet in your plan was full of holes, and you're not sure there ever was an easy street, it's a minor defeat, 'cause you know what you need, and you want something real. Do you know what is real? Well, I want the real thing. I want the real thing. Oh, oh, oh. I want the real thing. I want the real thing. Oh, oh, oh. I want the real thing. 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 Oh, oh, oh. I want the real thing. 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 Oh, oh, oh. I want the real thing. When I think about you on the way back home, take away my blues. When I'm all alone, flicker of your smile in the evening air, through the highway miles, I can feel you there. When I think about you, 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 wonder where you are, look around my room, open up my heart, let it all come free. When the night is long, take a walk with me till the world is gone. When I think about you, 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 when I think about
Hello.
I hate when I'm reading a Yuri manga and it's very nice and cute, and then I catch up.
Mm-hmm.
It should be illegal.
There's no more Yuri. It's all gone.
Yeah, it's fucked up. There's no more Yuri in the world. You have to make more.
Well, I got on it, gang. That's your job.
Come on, Kang.
Go write some more Yuri.
Yeah, do it, please. What was I reading? I was reading, our Yuri started with me getting rejected in a dream.
Oh.
It's cute. I like it. I'll link it in chat. It just like yesterday or 2 days ago or something, it got like a whole lot of new chapters and stuff. But then I finished reading them, so whatever, you know?
What a loser. I don't need to be dreaming to get rejected.
So true.
How's the food going?
It's good, but I'm not finished yet. I did have some trouble separating, because it comes in sort of like flimsy plastic boxes. Yeah, boxes. You know what's the word?
Yeah. Tubs.
So it was hard to get only half of the food out there, because the other half is gonna go in the fridge for later.
Nice.
Later probably being after stream because it is so good. You should check out I'm in Love with the Villainess. I have tried reading. Wait, no, hold on a second. Am I thinking of the right one? Is that the one that Joy is obsessed with?
Do you feel joy?
I feel joy.
Yay!
Yeah, that's that one. That one got an anime recently as well, yeah. Yeah, I've been wanting to read that one as well. I think I have the tab open for it somewhere. But I have a lot of those, so.
Some in your many, many tabs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Get me else. I think I'm gonna have to start voice acting in my regular voice because my throat is gone. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
We'll get you some other roles then. I'll do the masculine voice characters.
Right.
Since despite my normal voice, I can still do that.
It turns out doing DMing a D&D campaign and then instantly jumping on here and voice acting is not good for your throat. You need to relax.
No, I was thinking it might not be.
Yeah, well, I make my own mistakes. I live and learn.
Do you hang on to the edge of tomorrow?
No.
Oh no!
That was my big mistake. I'm not hanging on to the edge of tomorrow.
Fuck that.
I've fallen off the edge of tomorrow. I'm plummeting into the chasm of tomorrow.
Sorry about all the chewing.
It's fine. The chewing is fine. You need to eat. It's good that you are eating.
Dollop got me obsessed with I'm in Love with the Villain. I have 2 posters and 2 physical books of it now. Nice. I really should read it. It's very, very good.
Is it about gay?
Yes, it is about bisexuals.
Yo.
Which apparently, I mean, I haven't read it, but from what I've seen, apparently it actually like also addresses the way that bisexuals are often sort of discredited, like, oh, you just haven't picked a side yet and stuff. Or maybe that's just like the fandom being shitty about it, or well, you know, not the real fandom, but you know, people.
Yeah.
It is something. I find myself like I caught myself last stream when Amy ran up to Trip in the game, and I was like, "Yay, lesbians!" and I had to be like, "No, Amy's bi. Come on." I jump so quickly at like saying lesbians when I see two girls.
Is she? I guess she does. She does like, or she did at some point like Sonic. I guess that's true. I
That was
never
it.
understood. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that was definitely significant enough for that to definitely count.
I've never understood the thought that bisexuals just need to pick a side. Like it's not a war. We're not a war here. Like you can love whoever you like. Like it's not a.
It's just because some shitty phobic people, you know, they're like, okay, all right, you like a different gender, fine, you know. They can be okay with that, but then they're like, sorry, I only like one gender. I don't think anyone. I don't want to have to wrap my head around someone liking more than one. Fuck that, you know.
Very confusing thought process to me. I cannot understand it myself. I only love one gender, the human gender.
I only love one gender, brain,
Brain,
the heart, the soul.
personality.
They use the word bisexual to describe Claire. Ray is lesbian though. Oh, okay, all right. So one of them is bi.
What about Trip? What is Trip?
Well, I ship Trip with Amy. So until further notice, I think that she is a lesbian.
So Trip. I love Trip. Trip's so cute.
Yeah.
I like a big dumb helmet.
It's very silly. Also, Trip is like very skittish, shy, scared, etc. And I just feel like that has like big like sad little meow meow lesbian energy to me, you know, like scared of men but not scared of girls as much, you know.
She's just like a me around girls.
Pet Jody, that's not a thing. That's not a redeem.
Didn't even use my anarchy symbols. It's not even a. No, look, it's in a bomb.
Oh, it's a bomb.
Yeah.
I never noticed. It's
Damn.
cute. Sorry.
Yeah. It's fine. I'm joking. I don't expect people to notice. Alright, that sounded really, really sad. Then I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Oh my God, Jody, a bomb! A bomb! This is true. I do like bombs.
Bombs? Lamp oil.
Lamp oil.
Rope. Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rubies.
I always
I'm
get it
sorry,
wrong.
Link. I don't give credit. Come back when you're little. Richer.
I always get it wrong because I think the order bombs, rope, lamp oil sounds better.
No, you
Bombs,
gotta end on
rope,
the
lamp oil.
No, lamp oil, rope, bomb.
You gotta end on the bomb because that's really good.
I think the problem is that when I was a kid I used to watch a YouTube poop that like did it in that order all the time, and I think it just like rewired my brain.
That makes sense.
Bombs, rope, lamp oil. You want it? It's yours, my friend.
Now I have hiccups.
Oh no.
Anyway, game done. Let's go get into the fight.
And then
mean,
Jody gets
food
no
done.
pets just because I was a trickster, a jester, a silly goose.
Yes. There is no room for shenanigans on this channel. Don't you know that we should be at the club?
You kick Mazma? You kick them like the football?
Jill for Melsonoff.
Jail for Mazma 1,000 years!
1,000 motherfucking years. God motherfucking damn.
God motherfucking damn.
Yay, a chest. Me after having been on E for a bit.
What a wonderful chest, man.
probably squeak, so give me a squeaky toy sound. Let's give some weapons to my mag. Whoa!
You mean
Yo!
what?
Our mag changed, do you see?
Yo, it did.
It did.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I think it devolves twice, and then we can get like a super attack with it.
Weird robot motherfucker.
We love it.
Love it.
Mousetrap emoji. Oh, a cheese! I've been tricked into nighttime.
Did you see the thing I sent you during the break? I'm not sure you didn't.
No.
Fair enough. It's a. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's,
Nice. That's for me.
it is for you. I thought you'd like it.
Thank you. I do.
It's a trans symbol, but the bottom bit is a USB symbol. I thought Zoe would appreciate it.
Yeah. Because I'm like digital and all that.
True. Cause you're a robot.
Guys, I'm not a bar.
You
Bippy's a
could
bar.
be imagine being a robot sheep. That'd be pretty cool.
Mega Man.
True. What did Sheep Man do? Because all of the robot masters in Mega Man are meant to like have a purpose outside
Yeah, I
of
know.
being
Not
a-
all of
What
them, but Sheep Man did, I
of
think.
them. But what did Sheep Man do?
I think it's something to do with like power plants or some shit. Something with electricity, I think.
Why, he's a sheep.
Yeah, because the static electricity.
Oh, okay. Sure, why not?
I think. I mean, maybe someone in chat has more knowledge about this. But I thought Sheepman did something with power with electrical plants or some shit.
Get rid of him.
Get rid of him.
I
Dad,
don't think
it's
I'm Mega Man.
amazing. I can fly. Get rid of him. So
since
funny.
I think of ever since I've seen that clip, I always think of that when I think of Mega Man, even though that's Astro Boy, I think.
Well, yeah, but Mega Man is based on Astro Boy.
Sheep Man, funny enough, hated his job and kept getting himself reprogrammed with new ones.
That's awesome. But what was he made for originally? I have no idea what is going on. The vibe of the club has consumed.
The
Oh, God,
club.
we love the club. We should be at the club, chat.
What were those robot masters doing? They should have been at the club.
We should do a VR chat stream where we're just at the club.
Yo, so true. Imagine us being at the club all the time.
Chat, if we were at the club, what would you do?
Mosh pit. All the U-bots would pounce you and fall on your head.
Well, I'm asking chat what they would do.
Okay.
You don't have to listen to Daya. I mean, Jody. You also don't have to listen to Daya. You can do what you want.
Apparently, Sheep Man was originally a sheep herding robot. Left his job to test static resistance thing, according to a quick Google. Okay,
So
why
I
would
was
you make
kind
a
of
sheep
right.
herding robot a sheep?
Because the sheep see another sheep and like, oh, hey, one of us.
I guess so. I just want a fresh glass of the blood.
The blood!
The blood.
The blood!
I forgot we have two bits this stream. The club and the blood.
We should be at the blood.
The blood club.
The blub.
The blood.
The blub.
Bottles full of
We
blood.
went, I'm a fish. The blub.
The blood. If I was at the club, I'd order a club sandwich and a club soda. What's a club soda?
What is a club soda?
I know what club sandwich is, I don't know what club soda is.
Yes, a club sandwich is a sandwich subject you can use as a club.
So true. You have to let it go hard first, though.
Well, just get, baguette. French baguette.
Baguette.
Les baguettes.
La baguette.
How do you do this again?
Me when I post a baguette on a Reddit. La baguette.
La baguette.
Blood
Don't
club.
cry. I am at the club. Na na
Da,
na.
da, 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 da.
Na. I am at the. You can
Fish
find me in
club.
the club. Bottle full of blood. Something, something. It's your birthday. Okay, thank you.
Blood Club VR chat round where it's a club with knee deep in the dead, baby. My favorite Doom episode. You are knee deep in the dead.
Imagine. Oh fuck! Hello.
Oh. That's a big. No, you definitely won these before, didn't you?
2, but they're scary.
I guess so.
Oh wait. Okay. If you look at my health bar right now.
Yeah.
Point at it. Right here, Chad. Look at that. There's 4 segments around it, and it fills up as I give and take damage and stuff. And when it's totally full, I can unleash my Mag's power, which is a name that I forgot.
The mag power.
But it's some sort of special move that depends on what your mag looks like. And what your mag looks like depends on what you have been feeding it. Specifically, like its levels and stuff.
Don't cry. I am
at the club. The blub.
Blub 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 blub.
Blub, 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 blub. Me when I'm a fish, me when I'm coral queen.
Me when I drown my radio.
But no, you guys ever seen those photos of like abandoned malls and stuff that are just like have submerged in water? Like there's just fish swimming around and stuff, like the lower floor is just water with fish and stuff. Imagine that, but it's blood.
Yo, and
there's
they have bloodfish.
They're bloodfish. Yeah, dude, bloodfish. Yeah.
Bloodfish.
The motherfucking blood mall.
Heading off to the blood mall to get some blood drip.
Oh, my girlfriend died.
Oh.
Yay, she's back.
Yay.
Yay. I thought you were talking about the overlay health bar. Like, oh fuck, he's gonna super us. No. I am the most passive boss that there is. I never do anything. I'm just gonna sit here.
If you manage to kill Gondo Queen 3 times in one stream, she will use her super, which is turning off the stream.
We're just like, which is fine, whatever, bye.
Yeah. Oh, fine, I guess you don't want me here. Fine. Bye. I'm fucking leaving, dude.
Assholes, whatever, dude.
All I want to do is stream for you guys, and you treat me like this.
Yeah. This is a joke, of course, Chad. I don't mind you guys hitting me with stuff.
I mean, if you did, you would give them the capability to, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but some people still are like, oh, I don't want to throw stuff at you, I feel bad. So, I just want to be like, no, it's okay.
I have zero remorse for my actions.
I know you do. Don't, whatever. You two are very funny. Aww.
Oh.
I love coming to stream. See, ow.
Can't believe you've done this. You should regret your action. You made her cry.
You made me eat.
How dare you make her eep?
I don't even eep, just because that's when I'm sleepy. Just it was not quite E, but it wasn't quite eep, you know? It was eep.
Damn, no E. That's so sad.
Oh, ow. I run long, but it's a mall. Kinda, yeah. But also not hostile.
Yeah. It could be hostile. Where did the blood come from if the mall's not hostile?
Well, maybe it was hostile at some point. But then it all got turned into blood, and that's okay.
Oh, the hostiles got turned into blood.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Maybe the mall is bleeding, you don't know.
True, maybe the mall is breathing.
Okay, listen, Blood Mall, that's like fine for like a name, for like a little indie weird horror-ish game, but the mall is bleeding?
That is great, that's good.
Yes.
The mall is bleeding.
The mall is bleeding, chat.
You don't want to hang around when the mall starts bleeding.
Or do you? Because it's very cool aesthetic.
I mean, sure, but I don't want to know where that blood is coming from.
The mall!
Okay, I know it's coming from the mall, but malls don't typically bleed. And
It's
I don't
the
want to find out.
organs.
I don't want to find out more about why the mall is bleeding. That seems like something best left alone.
It's the parking lot underneath the mall, that's where the organs are.
Oh, that's where it's all concerned? The parking lot underneath the mall?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. What does this? I don't know. Some of that has to do with hanging, not hanging around. I still don't want to find out why it's bleeding. Like, who's hurting the mall?
Capitalism.
Okay, I think capitalism birthed the mall, but sure.
No, they ruined it. Have I not told you about that before?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well.
Is this a real thing?
Yeah, it's real. Malls really do. No.
Oh fuck!
The idea of the mall was originally supposed to be a sort of superstructure where they would have, stores with living quarters, entertainment, education, medical facilities, etc., etc., etc. All like close together and very affordable, so that people could live there for relatively cheap, live there, work there.
That sounds based.
Yeah, and it would be much more affordable, you know?
Yeah.
So it'd be very good for a lot of communities that aren't so well off and stuff. But then capitalism was like, we love this, but actually only the parts where we earn money from it.
I see.
Only the shop and entertainment parts. That's all we like about this. So then they ruin it.
That sucks. That's not less interesting.
Yeah. So you could actually totally make like a pseudo horror game about this concept called The Mall is Bleeding.
The
You
mall
totally
is
do that.
bleeding, but I'm not aware of this because I'm currently at the club.
At the club. The mall should be at the club.
It's true. Maybe with me bleeding so much, I'm unwound at the club.
But no, this actually super works. I would love to make this actually now. The Mall is
love-
Bleeding, a game about how capitalism is sucking the life out of the mall as a concept.
I would love to make a proper mall commune.
Yeah, dude.
That sounds based. Like, imagine walking into a mall-sized structure and it's just like lively, full of people like living there. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That sounds
mean-
super aesthetic.
You know, ironically, this is a thing in Cyberpunk.
It is true. It is.
The superstructure or mega structure from Cyberpunk, the TTRPG, as well as represented in the game, video game, is essentially that.
No, that's true, and that place is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Except if it had less capitalism in it. I think it should have less capitalism.
Yeah, that'd be nice. What if the mall and the club are girls and they were kissing? Yo,
Yo!
mall and club kajinkas? Awesome.
What if the mall was actually a massive robot and it just transformed?
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome. And then they kiss the club who also transformed.
Turn into a giant robot. I feel like a mall robot literally is a thing in something. I feel like there's something where like the different stores of the shopping district or whatever form together into a robot. I feel like I've seen that. But yeah, I would love to make The Mall is Bleeding a game, but I don't know if I have the knowledge and eloquence to really make it happen.
The mall. I could probably write something about it.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting. That's the next TTRPG adventure. The mall is bleeding.
Whoa, I went wild. That'd be fun. Dude, would you ever consider doing a horror TTRPG thing?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fuck yeah, I can't wait.
It won't be the next one though, because that'd be two heavily blood-themed campaigns in a row.
Yeah. Like what you're doing now could so easily already have been a horror thing if you had structured it differently.
The mall is bleeding. The blood vat.
Blood vat, the blood.
Yo, why you at the mall? You should be at the blood vat. You should be in the blood vat. Get in the blood vat.
Get in the blood vat.
Go there. Into the blood vat. Into the blood vat.
In the blood vat. We're turning you down into blood goop.
Yo,
Why, dude?
blood.
Obviously you can't tell me, but like, why the fuck are they doing that? Why are they putting people in a big vat and just grinding them into blood liquid?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would, very much so. I would like to know, but I have to wait until next Saturday. Which is evil. I think I'm gonna like stop having any kind of obligations so that we can have multiple sessions a week.
So I can keep so you can keep playing my campaign.
Yeah.
I'm glad the story has gripped you so much.
It's a wild thing. Like, yeah, you just, you know, you find a machine down in this dungeon where they're throwing people they capture into it and grinding them up, and then they're using the liquid for something. How can I not fucking want to know what that is?
Do you have any idea what they could be using it for?
I mean, they might be drinking the blood for some reason. They might be using the blood in their potions. They might be giving the blood to their dark god. They might be using it in their turnip farming somehow.
I guess you just named literally everything they could be doing with it.
Yeah, well, yes, those are all the ideas that I
guess
have.
that's fair.
Fertilizer, yeah.
They could be
Which is pretty funny if they use it for fertilizer, because we've established that the turnips that this town makes, which makes all turnips, by the way, Chad, are not that special.
Yeah, they
At
don't
least not
farm anything
taste-wise.
but turnips.
And the turnips are fine.
They're kind of mid turnips, to be honest.
I feel.
I
sorry,
think they're using it to make a red Lego bricks. They can't find any red
why didn't I think
paints.
about that? No, that's in real life too, yeah.
Yeah, I think every day one child must be sacrificed to the Lego Corporation to make some more red bricks.
Do you love your toys? How much do you love your toys?
Would you give your life for your toys?
Are you willing to die for your toys?
Don't ask me why it specifically has to be a child. It just does. John S.
easier to
Lego.
trick.
Many years ago, to Credo must be a child.
It's because of a loophole where you can only use so much blood of a person before it becomes a crime, and the oversight is that kids literally have less blood than that. So you can use all their blood.
It makes sense.
It does. Once we have enough blood, we can finally build Tahu. It's true, I read that in a book. Ow. I read it in the instruction manual for how to build the Tahu Nuvasad. It says in there, like, get a friend, get a blood vat. It's really fucked up too, cause the whole Lego Monkey Kid series, it uses so many red bricks, you know?
Yeah.
Like that is the primary color in that series. A lot of kids die for that stuff.
A lot of kids in the Lego blood, in the Lego Corporation blood fat.
Yeah.
It is also made of red Lego bricks, ironically enough.
So where did they get those?
It
was done by hand at first.
Yeah, before they realized they needed
Ow.
enough kids to fill the vat, they just made the first red bricks, and they're like, well, we're gonna have to build a vat, but the only thing we have to build it with is these red Lego bricks.
You guys should try dodging. It's pretty cool.
It is very cool. You should stop dying to these creatures.
I don't know if they're listening. Yeah, it's Reza died.
Yep. Damn, my girlfriend's kind of dumb, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's endearing.
The blood.
The blood.
You spit the blood.
Spit the blood, vat, dude. Also, Spaging says, it sucks what you gotta do to make Tahu according to the book, but you can't make an omelet without breaking an egg. Key, Katie, Ellie, Diving.
Nice.
Very good. It's so funny when people just say a bunch of stuff to throw something. It's so funny.
So funny.
Haha, Chad, you're so funny, me. but not that funny.
It's not that funny. Don't let it get to your head. Brand new redeem that's them send you to the club.
That'd be actually very funny. There's like a redeem that like makes everything behind me just a video of the club for a couple seconds. For literally just like 1 second, it's just the club.
Just flashes into the club.
And it just plays a soundbite of me going, I should be at the club. We're just so full of humor and japes and jokes and unimaginable violence. Just like me, I taught you well. Yeah. Hey Zoe, would you still be interested in that Spider-Man TTRPG idea? Oh, where we play our Spider-Sonas? Yeah, probably. I'm just kind of interested to play more TTRPGs in general, to be totally honest. I just want to play more. It's never enough, you know?
It's a shame that you have limited time.
Yeah, it's fucked up. So I guess I would be less interested in playing a long-form campaign, but a one-shot or 2 to 3 shot would be okay.
Still need to watch the Spider-Verse movies in the Discord.
We do gotta be at the club.
Cause I still haven't watched those yet, because you kept being like, oh, we'll go watch them in the Discord, and then we haven't.
I know, I'm so sorry. I'm big sorries. Here, I'll write it. Oh, let's see. Okay, hold on a second. God damn it! Sorry, my computer's garbage, so I can't do stuff with Firefox right now. It's probably because I have 1 billion tabs, but that aside.
It's true, you should close some tabs.
I super duper should. Remind me to do that after the stream. Help me out with it.
Yeah, I can help you with closing tabs, sure.
Just sit and call with me and be like, should I close this one? And you're like, yes.
Yes. This one, yes. This, yes.
Yes!
Just press the big red X on Firefox, then restart it.
No, I can't do that.
Why not? All my tabs.
With my poor little tabs.
The tabs must die.
I love my tabs more than my tabs should be at the club.
I love tabs more than life itself. I would give myself for those tabs. You can just open the tab, say, no!
Don't miss me. Anyway, I've got Spider-Verse 1 written down. Sunday 19th. We'll see if that works out.
Hell yeah.
What was I gonna say?
Dunno.
Oh well.
Oh well, doesn't matter.
Let's go fight a boss.
Yo, I love bosses.
Whoa, my god! Is that a fantasy staple?
But where are the dungeons?
Whoa, man! It's almost like I knew this was coming based on the title of the stream. That's insane, chat.
That is insane.
How did I know? Anyway.
This guy's pretty... Wow. I'd heard stories, but a real dragon? Guess there's a first time for everything. Lock eyes with the beast.
Okay, down, just jumping right in there.
Yeah, of course, that's what Jill does.
Looks like it's got your attention too, Jill.
Amazing. It's like it crawled right out of the pages of some storybook.
And all the stories about it.
Wait, do you want to do stuff? I thought you didn't want to anymore.
I can do one voice also.
Okay. Do you want to do Ogi or Kai?
I'll do Ogi.
Okay.
And all the stories about his strength are probably true.
It's true. Thank you, Chad. It's true. Go on.
Oh yeah, I just read
Oh
it.
wait, that was a line. Sorry.
Yeah. It's easy to understand how a beast that size would inspire legends.
Lucky us that we have to fight it. This one might hurt. I don't think my mouth moves. This guy's pretty. Wow.
Indeed. This probably would have been a bit much for me to handle alone.
Sippy.
Sippy.
Hi, Sippy. Nom.
How are you so calm right now? You do remember that you're just ahead here, don't you? Just because you look the least tasty of us.
Well, remember the old hunter slogan, they can't eat you till they beat you. And I guess I'm ahead of the competition. Ha! That or don't get soured if your team's shit.
That is what he was gonna say. Ugh, enough! What, did you dig up those old chestnut up in some ruins too? This ain't no time to messing around. This mission's getting to be a real drag. I feel like I lost the voice a little bit.
I see what you did there. A real drag, fighting a dragon.
Yeah, yep, I didn't actually realize that yet, but yeah, that is what I did.
You must feel very clever to come with such a pun during combat.
I sure did. Was that also a pun?
No.
Alright, just making sure. Also, Dark Knight Sterling, thank you very much for your egg.
Thank
I
you,
have to do a
Dr.
sketch at some point. Okay.
You'd be mistaken, of course.
Yeah, Kai, that was not fucking cool, dude. Don't
was
say that
awful.
again.
That was not morally correct.
Hey, geez, everyone's a critic. Sarissa, get ready to eat that thing. That thing. Don't go thinking you're all tough just because you can fly, you overgrown newt. Here we go, Chad. Let's fight a fucking dragon.
Then you throw the head at it.
Yeah.
Wow!
So this is the first boss if you play as a human, I do know. What happens if I do this?
Nice.
Wait, I don't...
So it should be easier than the octopus, is what you're saying.
Chad, I don't remember how to do my super. Oh, wait, I'm doing it somehow.
You're doing it. You're
Am I
really
doing it?
doing it. I don't know.
I have no idea if
guess
I'm
so.
doing it. I did it!
Yeah!
Yay, I don't know if I hit it.
The dragon doesn't stand a fucking
Ow.
chance.
Okay, I remember now. Yes, okay. What that was is if you hold the L and R buttons, you, if you hold it down, you could go into that stance. Then if you, if you keep holding it, then your teammates, in multiplayer mode, can also go into that stance so you can all do it together and it powers up your moves. But since we're in single player, that's never gonna happen, I don't think.
Oh.
Oh, fuck! Ow! Oh god, oh god. Sarissa, no! My girlfriend!
That wasn't very smart.
Oh no, wait. Kai revived Sarissa. She's probably gonna die in scene.
That wouldn't be very smart of her.
Ow. Yeah, she's dead.
I think she should live, actually.
Oh god, it's going into rage mode or some shit. Ow. Oh hey, my health is like low and stuff.
No, this was meant to be easy. Easier than the octopi. The octopode.
I revived my friends. For some reason, when I revive them, they get revived with more health than when they revive each other.
Strange. I guess it's because you, the player, did something.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it'd be too easy if they can revive each other with half health.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathe.
Okay, have fun. Oh fuck, okay. Jesus Christ. It has been too long for me to... Like, I remember what the bosses are, but I don't remember their moves anymore, you know? Ow. Ooh, we hate a boss that walks at you and does damage that way. It's always so mean. Teresa just took all those fire blasts. Hey, Kai, can you revive? Never mind. Can you stay still? Oh, you gotta have directional audio for this. Oh. Oh yeah, I remember it does it multiple times. Ow, it still hit me.
I've returned from the club.
Welcome back, how was the club?
It was pretty good.
That's nice. I'm done.
You're dying, you should be at the...
Should be at the club.
I'm guessing these bosses don't have health bars.
No.
Damn.
Nothing's got a health bar in this game except for us.
Teresa's fucking dead.
Again.
Yep. Teresa's not very strong. Is she like a cleric or something?
Yes, that is exactly what she is, I think.
Oh, she should... Can you make it so she stops running directly into the enemy?
Of course not.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Don't be silly.
I'm a cleric. I'll stand back and heal and you charges directly into the dragon's maw.
And never dodges. Help.
Damn, Sarissa, you're really bad at cleric stuff.
Me and my girlfriend, we should kiss at the club. We should. Okay, you know this one now. And we know Dragon Rend? No. Ow,
No.
dude.
That would require me having played Skyrim. I told you about this earlier, but earlier I watched a video about the guns from Starfield.
Oh, yes.
Apparently the
Pistol
starting pistol just doesn't have any animations at all. Like, you fire it and no part of the gun moves. It just sort of looks like it's shooting a bullet.
The same with reloading, right?
Yeah, you reload, you just stick a magazine in it and no part of it moves. It's so fucking stupid.
It's so funny, dude.
Zero animation.
It sucks, but it's very funny.
And all the rest of the guns are like fucking weird and do not look like they function at all. Like one of them seems to have a heatsink screwed to it. I don't quite understand what that's for. Like a computer heatsink just screwed to the gun.
Oh, okay, did not get hit by that somehow.
Bethesda is a company that once again proves himself immune to research.
See, the thing is, they don't need to do research because their games will sell anyway.
I don't actually know how Starfield's doing because we mentioned this before, but I've not seen anyone talk about it like in any sort of way. Like for those of you who weren't around when Skyrim came out, I cannot elaborate how much like it was being talked about continuously for like years. But Starfield came out and no one has mentioned it to me. Zero cultural impact, absolutely none.
It's great. I've seen some people talk about it, mostly in the context of, wow, this game is nothing. Nobody is talking about this. It has zero cultural impact.
Yeah.
Which is very funny. Ow.
I think Bethesda really lost everyone's trust with vaguely gestures at the last few years. There's 76, and even Fallout 4 I think made them lose a lot of respect. Yeah.
All the Skyrim re-releasing.
Yeah.
Like I know we're all like, yay! We did
Yay!
it. Woo!
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I know we're all like, Skyrim re-release again. But I think we all, you know, aside from the jokes, the silly, like, lighthearted, almost fond jokes, I think we all realize, like, this sucks. You know?
Yeah, this is
bad.
stupid.
Yeah. A heat sink would be useful shooting a gun in a vacuum because it doesn't have air to diffuse the heat. The issue is Starfield has zero fucking interest in making space even mildly authentic. Even though they describe their game as NASA punk, which is nothing.
NASA punk.
Yeah, that was
That's
that
not
was
a
the
real
aesthetic.
thing.
No, well, no, not only is it not a real thing, but it also just doesn't make sense. There's nothing punk about it, you know.
There's no punk about NASA.
Like the idea that they can use punk as just like in the way that core is used, you know, like cottage core, meaning an aesthetic heavily influenced by living in a cottage and stuff, and the cottage in the woods and stuff like that. That is not what punk is, dude.
I'm gonna be NASA punk. Tears the arm off my spacesuit, causing me to die instantly in the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
This is so fucking stupid.
I hate it. Anyway.
Punk and NASA are like almost direct opposites, if you ask me.
Yeah, pretty much. They're very close. Phew. Finally, it wasn't the prettiest fight, but we won. Thank you so much to Jewel for reviving us 50 times. If only we could level up better.
Thank you so much, this talking head, for weighing me down.
I want to thank my mom and my dad.
He just climbs on a stage has appeared in the center of the arena. Someone gives him a trophy. He's like, I worked hard for this.
I'd like to thank the Academy.
The Academy of Hunters.
That Hunter Academy is a thing in Ruby, so
fair enough, I suppose.
I was finishing my tea before it got cold. I'd like to thank the Academy and my mom and the Academy of Moms. That's where
I
my
have
mom
many
went.
moms.
I have so many moms. It's great.
My mom's part of a lesbian polycule. It's great.
That red fuck. I want our wife dead. I want our wife dead. I want our wife dead. I want our wife dead.
I'd like to thank my mom, Jane the Squealer.
It's funny. I do wonder, like, why did they die so much? Why did they die so much?
Why is he dying so much?
They're party members. They die so much.
Oh, maybe they're weak. Maybe they're weak as pig shit.
Oh yeah, that's right. Barely. Are you okay, Jill? Were you hurt? Always look out for Sarissa. No, I'm fine. Thanks for protecting me. Yeah.
Aww. Even for free hunters, that dragon was no easy quarry. I'm sincerely impressed and I owe you all a great deal.
Oh, don't mention it. I'll be happy if you just tell us more about the ruins you were excavating.
No.
I shan't.
Of course, it concerns Jewel as well. I'm happy to share what I know. As you've heard, I found a video device in the ruins site that showed a cast identical to Jewel here. The image was of a combat zone. Jewel was fighting something.
Yo! No, memory deleted.
Unfortunately, my memory cores were in my body, which is now gone.
So your body's not like a fucking hat.
Shut up. Of course, as a cast, it was conceivable that the figure I saw was just simply the same model as Jewel. But seeing you fight just now convinced me, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I can't be certain exactly how, but I know that Jewel is related to that figure in some direct way. Were my body intact, I'd begin a more thorough investigation immediately. In this condition, however.
Okay, I didn't say anything before, but I think I know who attacked you.
That rat fuck? I want his wife dead. That's not surprising.
What?
I also watch you during combat. You exhibit a similar faculty for techniques as that man did. I've decided against bringing it up, as you seem worthy of my trust.
So that means it really was that creep we met in the wetlands? Yes, I can't give you details, but Captain Reeve is going after the ruins. He wants to prevent people here from learning too much from them. He'll come for that video you saw Jewel in before long. Oh, this is me still, right? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
And he seems like the thorough type. Once he's done with it, it's history. I mean,
It's already history.
It is history, but like it history, like it contains history. I mean, like it's gonna be
It's
gone.
gonna be gone.
You get it? Yeah. All right.
I can tell you from experience his strength was vastly above my own. Do you really intend to confront him? Do you have any hope of winning?
Maybe not, but we still need to do it. I feel like it falls on me to stop him. This is my problem. You mean our problem? Yeah! Friendship! Yay!
I love friendship.
Yay! Tomodachi and all that good stuff, you know? Nakama! Yayo! Dreaming!
What are you on about?
It's a One Piece joke, don't worry about it.
Okay, fine.
Jewel. Well said, buddy. This doesn't just concern you, Sarissa. What he's doing affects us all.
I intend to carry my own weight. In all but the literal sense as well. I'll gladly play guide. This ruined site is special to me. It's only natural I should wish to protect it from harm.
But you don't mind? I mean, this is my problem, not... No buts! Talking time is over. Walking time has started. Now it's back to the city to report to the mayor. We also need to tell him we'll be heading to those ruins next. As a team. Although this is kind of cute. It's kind of a fun response, but also a little... Don't need to be snarky about it, you know? As a team.
Yeah.
As a team. Because that's what teams do. We stick together, right?
I'm ahead.
Yep.
This is help.
We're already carrying you. We did your job for you? Like, what more do you want, dude?
Give me your body.
No.
I need it.
Why can't I use these claws? What the fuck, dude?
Because you're powerful enough.
I want to use claws!
You need to be level 5 and you're only level 12.
But it's weird, because, like, the weapons I'm using now are claws. So why can't I use these?
I have no idea.
How mean.
How cruel.
How vile.
You should punch more people about it.
I will. No one is safe.
No one is safe, not even me.
Punch yourself.
You level up.
Oh, whoa, that works.
Yo, I found a feedback loop. Let's go.
Let's fucking go. Ow, 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 ow.
Yo, another level up.
Woo.
Ow.
Ow. Hello. Reward, please. Thank you. And now we go talk to the mayor.
The mayor? The mayor?
Hello. Look at her holding the head. It's so big for her.
He looks like a helmet.
He does. It's kind of... It's very... Oh, trust no one. Not even yourself. Not even yourself. Not even... Well, okay, you can trust Zoe. Just look at her. Oh.
Just look at her.
Yay. Thank you. Hands, please.
I trust Zoe with my life.
Thank you. I am so trustworthy. I am for realsies, though.
It's true.
I can be trusted with sensitive information and such.
Okay, that's kind of a suspicious thing to say. What did you hit?
Nothing yet.
Damn.
It went over there. Well, don't see it anymore. Ow. But yeah, it's a very cute talk sprite. It's nice. It's cute.
Hello. No, wait, that's British.
Oh, alright.
Well, I'll be damned. I'm the mayor. I'm the cowboy mayor of Cowboy City.
I'm the cowboy mayor of Fury Town.
We've rebranded now that we got some Yuri in town.
Please don't leave, or we'll have to rebrand again.
It costs so much money to redo all the signs and stuff.
It's true, I can be trusted with sensitive information because I don't have enough memory in my memory card. Ow! Damn, not the right sound effect. Not the right voice line. Big sad. It's true though.
Ogie, my goodness, man, what on earth happened to you?
Squid Games.
I don't know.
Oh, it's nothing serious. I didn't encounter a particularly strong opponent. Otherwise, I'm quite fine.
It seems the legends are true. That dragon is one fearsome beast if it could do this to you, Ogie. I'm glad Kai's group went to take care of things. A less experienced team might well have become casualties. Never mind the fact that 2/3 of this team started like today, maybe yesterday if we're lucky, has done 2 missions, died on 1. Don't worry about it. Failed the first one, actually. That's a thing that happened.
Success rate is 1.5 rescues. Out of 3. It's not great.
It's not great. It wasn't a dragon that they did to Ogie. It's actually kind of complicated. Anyway, we're all home now, safe and sound. Let's leave it at that for now, alright?
Oh, alright, I see. If the need arises, I trust you will fill me in on the details. Still, what are you doing now? What are you gonna do now, Ogie? Hold on, I gotta get it, I gotta find it. Thank you kindly. Yeah, I think I'm doing it. Even if it isn't fatal, surely you can't stay in that condition forever. You know we don't have the technological wherewithal to rebuild a cat's body from scratch.
I'll be fine for the time being. Though I will admit the lack of mobility is rather vexing. I plan to borrow the body of the first fallen cast I come across.
How positively morbid. Still, I suppose there's a little alternative. You have any idea where to find such a body?
The recent uncovered ruins seem like a likely spot. I've also promised to take Jewel and company there. With any luck, we'll find a spare body along the way.
I see. This will be 2 things you owe them for, eh? You have all my thanks as well. With Ogie's reinstatement on the line, this deserves formal quest status. I'll file it with the guild myself. I'd pay good money to have Ogie back in working shape for us.
Leave it to me. Leave it to me.
What do we do? I don't think it matters. I assume if we're like, we don't need the money, he's just gonna be like,
Oh, business? You're taking it?
It is the illusion of free choice.
Yep.
Always
Desecrating the dead. Yippee!
Yay! I'm stealing your corpse.
Man, I am so altruistic. We don't need the money.
That's very selfless of you. But as someone who's been around a good bit longer than you...
Well, actually, I might be 200 years old.
Fuck you.
I'd advise you to take what you can get. If you have no use for it yourself, I'm sure you can find someone else to spend it on. Perhaps the lovely young lady standing beside you. Yo, ow!
It's true, you should buy your girlfriend a present, Zoe. You need all the money you can get so you can give Sarissa a lovely present.
Yeah, Jill has to treat her girlfriend well. I love that. I love that they're just they do have the undertones for realsies though. Not even. I mean, I'd say they're sort of like mid-tones.
Yes. You have to keep Sarissa in the manner she's become accustomed.
Yeah. This old man really does say gay rights.
So true. He is the cowboy mayor of Yuri Town, after all.
That is true, that is true. Also, guy says, you might not need the money, but we need to fucking eat, Jewel. What?
You're sounding awfully generous for a man who perpetually complains that the city's coffers are empty.
Oh, I plan on getting my money's worth. If you're exploring the ruin site, there will surely be hostiles to fight. If you clear those out, it will pave the way for subsequent expedition parties.
Well, I'll leave justifying the expenses to you. You'll come up with some way to squeeze out a bit of cash for us. We'll take care of our end of the deal.
Wow, okay.
Okay.
Ogie, you're all right. Right? I mean, you're just ahead, but you're still in one,
Remember that when he said, like, I hope you get Ogie back in one piece? It was foreshadowing.
It's he is in one piece, one singular piece.
Yeah.
Nicholas, I'm sorry you had to see me like this. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern.
If you say so, and don't mention it, partner. Thank you, Jewel. I can't tell you how relieved I am. I'm afraid I can't offer much in way of thanks, but I can fill you in on one little-known fact about the city. Have you, perchance, seen the spaghetti on my face?
Yes, I have.
Well, wouldn't you like to get it? I'll tell you. Have you, perchance, seen a manhole while walking around town, perchance?
Let me tell you what a sewer is.
It's where I found this tossed away food and put it on my face. Doesn't it look splendid and ravishing indeed?
No.
Oh.
No, it doesn't. You
Okay.
should take that off your face.
Oh, no, I can't. I used permanent glue.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot, Nicholas.
Yes, I am. Beneath it, you'll find a ladder leading down to a subterranean area where people live. There's even a market. Don't ask them why they live down there. It's because they did crimes.
It's because of the poverty.
It's because of the high poverty rating in the city.
The poverty rating is at 1. 1 out of every person is poor.
We don't have enough houses, literally, and we don't have the money to buy more. Anyway, have you come across photon drops and remnants of hostiles in your adventures? If so, you should pay the merchants there a visit. I know the whole setup is a bit shady, but they're honest enough. Photon drops can be traded in bulk for useful items, while hostile parts can be refined into weapons for cash. There's supposed to be even more down there, but I guess it would be easiest to just see for yourself. Oh, and try to keep this hush-hush. The people down there don't take well to newbies, so it's invite only.
Okay.
And you've not been invited.
And you weren't invited. Anyway, consider this your official invitation. There, now you can go in.
Goodbye.
So I believe that we're gonna find a cool girl design there also.
Yo, cool girl.
Cool girl!
Cool girl.
It's cool girl.
Finally, the gender bend we've always been waiting for.
Yeah.
Okay, kids, now don't look at me do this, because this is invite only. We are.
Hey, did that robot just go into the sewer?
Nuh-uh.
Ah.
Here she is. No, fuck, we can't see.
Yo.
God, we can't see all of her. Are you serious?
Yo, she's your favorite color.
She is, yeah. Look at her though, it's a cool design.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. What? What are you laughing about?
Nothing, No, don't worry about it.
I feel disrespected.
I'm sorry, it's just like, said, yo, it's your favorite color, meaning the hair, and then my mind just went, white? Sorry.
Is she white? She's not that white.
No, I guess not. This is, yeah, she's not, you're right.
No.
But also, that's not what I meant to start with.
That's
You know
fair.
what I meant.
Yeah, Those two kids are actually the bouncers. If you didn't have the invite, they'd hit you with an EMP. Fucking die, Jesus Christ.
Up.
That's fucked up, dude.
What are those things on her pelvis, I guess?
Cool.
Sure. I have
They're
headlights
cool.
on my pelvis so everyone can see me coming.
So these weapons are all... They're sort of like joke weapons.
Okay.
For example... Well, the animal hand is pretty obvious. It's like cat claws, because it's a claw weapon, so it's like those big toe bean cat claw things, you know those?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
But for some reason we can't use it. We're literally the only character in the entire game that can't use this, which is extra weird because it's like a cutesy weapon and then you can't use it with like one of the cutesiest characters, like seriously?
Why did you pick the one that can't use claws if you wanted to be a claw character?
Because I didn't remember that, and also it's my egg cracking character, so we have to play it for this playthrough, you know?
Okay, but it seems like you're gonna cut yourself off from like leveling up your weapons pretty significantly.
Well, not leveling up my weapons, but just...
Okay, well, like I mean improving your weapons, because you can't equip anything other than the claws you currently have equipped.
There have to be other claws I can equip, I think. And we can always like move into like gun blades, which we can use.
Fair enough. Concealed gunblade.
Yes, I believe this is the... You know that yokai that's an umbrella with an eye and a tongue?
Yes, yeah.
I think that's what this is, off the top of my head.
Oh.
Also, a comedic clown weapon, that's for me. Can I get Harisen? Yeah, you can.
Favored by those known as comedic clowns.
As opposed to, you know, this... I guess sadcons are a thing, actually.
That's close to mimes.
Yeah. Witchy broom, that makes sense. Dumbbell, also obvious. Berry ice beam, I think, is ice cream or something.
Mm-hmm.
Grow shower is a
It's
watering can.
Yeah, watering can. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is that a woman on the screen? Yes.
A woman?
She looks awesome. Look at her.
Yo, a woman?
Yeah, a woman.
A girl? A female?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. All of those things and more.
How could such things be?
And here is a guy. But I don't have anything he wants, so gives shit. Also, this thing.
A dame? A woman?
A woman? But we can enter passwords and get items for free. And I'm gonna look up the codes now. Mm-hmm. Oopsies. What did I just do?
A vending machine? That's better than a woman.
Dispenses drinks, dude.
Wow.
Wow.
Dude, I'm guessing these codes just work and you have to like download them from the internet.
Yes, yeah. Alright, let's see. Okay, chat, repeat after me so that I can read it off of you guys.
Okay.
8331 7716.
Okay.
Okay, I have to see that in chat. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
8. Well, let chat do it.
Oh, sorry, I want to make sure someone did do it.
I'm sure someone in chat would do it.
Nope.
What do you mean incorrect password?
8331 7716.
8331 7716. I think this might be one that's not available in this version of the game. Should have thought about that. 8331 7716.
Are there different versions of the game?
Yeah, I think some of them are only available in the Japanese version because they like they just took them out of the Western release because they didn't think that the Western release knew who Hatsune Miku was.
Oh, I see.
It was a Hatsune Miku weapon, Chad. I'm so sad. Okay, what about this one? 6.
8. Oh, sorry.
That's not. I don't think that's a real one. Well, we can try. But that is boobs to 69.
No. I don't think Mazanoff would lie to us. Mazanoff has never misled us before.
Isn't 5 the S also? I think it is.
Yeah, it's meant to be the 5, yeah.
Well, maybe it is real. Nope.
Nope.
Another one of my evil plans. Oops.
You can't believe you've done this.
Okay.
Banned forever.
No. Okay. Let's see. 6. Okay, let Chad do it. Chad, I want you guys to do it. 6, 3, 3, 7, and then 6, 3, 2, 5. Come on, chat. You can do it.
I don't think they did it.
Chad. I asked you to do a thingy. You gotta work with me
Zoe
here.
down.
You let me down.
Now she's sad forevers.
I cries for forever.
Now you're going straight to hell.
This is a way to get his neck. Well, okay, but there's other people in chat. Spidgeon said a thing. It's not even a real one. Fine, Jody, I guess you have to do it. Only person I
Okay.
can depend on. Fuck. So 6, 3, 3, 7.
6, 3, 3, 7.
6, 3, 2, 5.
6, 3, 2, 5. There you go.
Thank you. What? Why do none of these work? What's going on?
Maybe they
Oh
just
wait, I
don't.
was specifically special use spell class. Okay, I was specifically the list I was looking at isn't listed as any specific region, but then after that it does have an US passwords list.
Oh, I
So
see.
that's cool. Which I
You
assume
have
is just a
been-
Western version because I think I'm just using the European version, but whatever.
You have been misled.
Yeah, seriously. Risotera, thank you very much for the egg. I hope there's no epilepsy warning, because I will die.
Zoe will die. We don't want Zoe to die.
Oh, please no. Okay, let's see. 3, 4, 7, 0. 1, 4, 2, 4. 3, 4, 7, 0. 1, 4, 2, 4. Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it is. Weosol.
Yay! You
Hooray.
got something.
Okay, so these codes still work. I'm just gonna send you the page, Jody, and you can just tell me the codes.
Yeah,
and we
okay,
can
fair
just
enough.
get all the things.
Yeah, I want all the things.
All the things.
Let's have a look.
Surely we
Let's
can
have
find
a
something
look.
good.
Okay, so US passcodes. Which one did you already
Oh, you're
do?
making a Baldi's Basics reference. Obviously, I'm not gonna give a shit about that.
Poyo, so you already did. Okay.
Just
so
go
first
from
one.
top to bottom. Yes.
Yeah, 7839.
7, 8, 3, 9,
3594.
3, 5, 9, 4. Blade cannon. That sounds cool.
Yeah. 5139.
5, 1, 3, 9,
6877.
6, 8, 7, 7. Also, I gotta do a CP and a stretchy and such. Thank you.
Ew, okay.
Codicus. Ah, like from Infinity Train, I see. An original Gunlock beam came, turning your flashlight off and on super fast would have been a quick kill.
It would have
But
also
It
been
would not have been a
morally
very,
wrong.
yeah, there would not have been a moral victory at all.
9185.
9, 1, 8, 5,
6189.
6189. Oh, inventory full. Damn it.
God. Fucking.
Life is so
Is there
hard,
anywhere
is
you
the
can
thing.
put stuff?
I don't remember.
You've got so many twin blades and junk.
Twin fires,
Twin
yeah.
fires.
I have to assume that there is a storage space somewhere. Was that this? Wait, maybe that's the other person at the guild. That reminds me, I also picked a girl in Phantasy Star on the Dreamcast when I first played it. Egg move for me. Yo, egg move for both of us. Oh, here we go. So the trunk is just for me, and the joint trunk is for all my characters.
This lady's like an elephant. She has a big trunk. She goes, wah.
She goes, the elephant? Wah.
Wah. You don't like the trumpet?
Wah, wah, wah. Wah.
If you defeat Gauntlet Queen like that, you win, but you get an ending where everyone's like, why the fuck did you do that, though?
Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. You get the
just
Cyberpunk
wanted-
2077 achievement for it. That's very good. That's funny.
She just wanted something to fight you, and you fucking give her an epileptic fit. What the fuck?
It's messed up, dude. Don't do that.
You're going to jail for murder. I hope you realize this.
Sure, you saved the city, but you know, at what cost?
At
You
what
killed the fan
cost?
favorite character.
Moral loss.
Because you have to sell all these things because you can't fight them.
Then after the credits, it says you didn't win in combat. You won by exploiting a disability. You're the worst kind of person.
I just sold the items we got from the vending machine.
Oh. Oh no. Zoe, you fool.
It's okay, I saved before we went in.
Oh, that's good.
Damn, I better make space for all these cool weapons I got. Maybe I should sell one of these cool weapons that I got.
I hate these cool weapons. I got deleted.
I wish I didn't have these cool weapons.
Makes me feel bad to have all these cool weapons because other people might not get cool weapons.
Wait, where's the... Didn't I have... Huh? Wait. Take items. Huh? Huh? What? Huh?
What?
Wait, oh no.
Did it auto save? Oh no, you got the Candicorus.
Huh? Okay, wait, okay. It auto-saved the things that I put into the joint trunk, but not everything else.
Weird.
That is interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense because like the joint trunk is something outside of just this save file, you know?
Yeah.
Weird, but okay, we have the weapons, the special stuff that we got, so
That is good.
let's store these. Or wait, maybe it did save all of it. We had another one. We had a blade cannon, didn't we? We definitely did.
Yes, we did have a blade cannon, yes.
Fuck. But it didn't store everything else. So what the fuck?
What's the hecky heck?
I'm so confused. But wait, why would I have no, wait, hold on, wait, okay. I didn't save
Yeah.
after getting those weapons that we got. So why would I have those? Why would I have one of them. I only have Codicus.
Okay, but we did blade cannon first, and then Codicus.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's just try getting it again, I guess.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna
Oh,
sell
that's
the stuff that I have
strange.
now. Yeah, this is weird.
The game is broken. You have ruined the game. You've cheated not in the game but yourself.
Ah, I know. Let's look up. Okay, I'm being so careful.
So careful forever. You are gentle.
I'm a gentle soul.
It's true.
If you defeat Gamla Queen that way, you instantly get the ending where your character becomes a cop and the Lego Island bed and music plays.
Damn.
Okay, so blade thing.
Blade cannon 7, 8, 3, 9.
7, 8, 3, 9.
3, 5, 9, 4.
3, 5, 9, 4.
Bad ending.
No, already attained it. God damn it.
Well, I guess it's gone forever.
Shit. Damn it. And it was a cannon, so we probably could have used it because we're a ranged character. Well, that's unfortunate. Next up.
Okay, fair enough. 9, 1, 8, 5.
9, 1, 8, 5.
6, 1, 8, 9.
6, 1, 8, 9. Consoles Plus. I think that that's like a magazine. You're just holding a magazine in your hand. It's very
Nice.
silly. Next up.
7, 1, 6, 2.
7, 1, 6, 2.
5, 7, 9, 2.
5, 7, 9, 2. Game Master, which I think is also a magazine.
5, 5, 3, 1.
5, 5, 3, 1.
0, 2, 1, 5.
0, 2, 1, 5. In game, Greg.
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 4, 7, 7, 5.
4, 7, 7, 5.
7, 1, 9, 7.
7, 1, 9, 7. Incorrect. 4, 7, 7.
Oh, I said 5, not then you put 6 in the middle.
Oh,
4, 7, 7, 5, 7, 1, 9, 7.
1, 9, 7, 1, 9, 7. Lusty Soul.
3, 1, 7, 1.
3, 1, 7, 1.
0, 1, 0, 9.
0, 1, 0, 9. Nintendo Power! I wonder what the power is, chat. Also,
Free-
I can't wait to take all these into like the snowy field for a second to just check them out.
Yeah. 3, 4, 7, 0.
3, 4, 7, 0.
1, 4, 2, 4.
1, 4, 2, 4. I already got that one. I
Alright,
think that's
fine.
the Reppy Soul or whatever. Also,
The
if there's
Polio
shared
Soul.
storage between characters, could you make a new character, get it on them, put it into shared storage, and get it on your main? I think so. I think we can do that. So I'm considering maybe we'll do that after the stream or something.
Fair enough.
Off stream, you know?
4, 2, 9, 4.
4, 2, 9, 4,
2, 2, 7, 3.
2, 2, 7, 3. Salvaria's Shield.
5, 7, 0, 3.
5, 7, 0, 3.
8, 2, 5, 2.
8, 2, 5, 2. Silveria's Spear.
And finally, 9, 4, 7, 5.
9, 4, 7, 5.
6, 8, 4, 3.
6, 8, 4, 3. Puppy Soul.
There we go, that's all of
So,
them.
yay! So cringe though that they don't give us any of the cool Japanese items, which you can also get a fucking like Samus's arm cannon. Like, are you kidding me, dude?
They want to get Samus's arm cannon.
No, why aren't we allowed to do that, dude? That's so stupid.
This game, cringe, this game sucks.
Cringe, that's like. Alright, let's see. So we can't even use Caucus anyway, so we'll put that in shared storage.
Caucus.
Caucus. Okay, can't use the spear, can't use the shield, can't use Caucus. Can use these.
Nintendo Power.
Oh, the souls are items. Right, you give them to like really high level mags to change their shape instantly. That's what you do with them.
Oh, okay.
I remember now. It's basically just a skin. So all we can use... Wait, hold on. So aside from the The one weapon that we got rid of by accident is the only one that's not a wand. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, cringe. This game sucks.
That's so sad, dude. The Japanese items are so much better.
Why ain't you allowed Samus's arm cannon?
Because they, for some reason, decided that Western audiences didn't give a shit about cool tie-ins with Hatsune Miku and Metroid.
I want to shoot.
Can you turn your mag into a Chow in this one? No, obviously not, because I don't care about cool crossovers. And also, I don't think they did crossovers with Sega or with Sonic yet. I think, but maybe. Who knows? Oh wait, members. Well, I don't really need to tell us we're not gonna do anything. I wonder if there's a way to like hack the items into your game anyway, using like a save editor or something.
You wouldn't cheat, would you? So you wouldn't use third-party hardware in order to try and try to do something to the game, would you?
I wouldn't. Can I fucking do my hand thing? I wouldn't dream of it. Of course not. As far as you know, as far as they know.
Wait, who is they?
Hey, wait, this is the art book. Wait, well, the front is the art book, I think. Or maybe that's not the art book, maybe it's a strategy manual or something.
Nice, nice book.
Yep.
Yep, that is a book. You are
That's a
sure
book.
swinging a book around. A massive book.
Big ol' book.
A book.
Next.
Another
Wow.
book.
That sure is another book. Look, they're on the
Consoles
back.
Plus.
Wow. I'm so glad they finally made a sequel to consoles.
Me too. It's called PC.
Wait, no, lamb. They can't put this here. That's a Red Cross.
Oh my god, this game is against the Geneva Convention.
True. Here's another book.
Yeah, which one's this?
This is, in-game, Greg.
Okay, hi Greg.
Like, I'm playing...
he's in game. It's Greg.
Like, I think I'm playing the European version. So why the fuck do I get this shit? None of this exists where I come from.
Yo, it's
Why can't I get
Power.
Miku and the Samus arm cannon? Wow. Use this code to unlock the art book in game. Oh, cool! So I'll be able to check out all the art in the game. Good idea. The in-game art book.
See, we don't have Nintendo Power anymore. But we didn't. Back in my day, we had the UK official Nintendo magazine. And then we had the unofficial Nintendo magazine, which was so much more fun, which is called Endgamer. That was really cool.
Wait, did I have Endgamer? I think we had that too.
Endgamer ruled. I loved Endgamer. I still got
Endgamer was very
stickers. Yes.
Did yours come with stickers? Mine was Dutch, and I don't think it came with stickers.
Oh yeah,
Endgame yeah, I'm playing the European version. This is fucked up, dude.
Yeah, Endgame always used to come with some little trinket or something. I've still got a bunch of like the Nintendo badges that they gave away.
Nice, dude. I don't think I had that.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
But no, I always used to get little stuff from them. I read them all the way from their, I think from the 20th issue to the final one. I had a whole stack of them in my room. It was great.
Nice. All right. I don't want to start a new story quest right now, but I do want to do one more quest before we quit. So let's do the mayor's mission. We are to gather a certain plant from the valley. Full secrecy is to be maintained. So this is a little side story. You don't have to do these, but they are fun, and also we could stand to level up our party members a bit more because they die so much.
They do die very quickly.
Yes.
What could this plant be?
I don't
Why
remember.
would it need to be gathered in secret?
I don't
Could
know.
it be weed?
Yes.
It's not fucking weed, you piece of shit, Stone. Oh, it's this one.
Your version had stickers? Mine was Dutch, huh? I was just saying that mine was not only It didn't come with stickers, and also it wasn't English, it was in Dutch, so it was interesting. It's more like I had a different version, which for some reason came without stickers, I guess, on account of being different, so they did things differently. Also, yes, it's this woman with the weird ball
With the
boobs.
chest plate.
It's very odd.
I hate this one. That's so fucking much. This is not a robot. Like I guess if it was the only robot body going, I'd accept it, but not my first choice.
Not my first choice, because, you know, the chest is very, very weird.
It's very off-putting.
Yeah. The shape of it is bad. Maybe you could, maybe it's malleable. Maybe you could shape it into a better shape. She's just really
like,
bad at arts and crafts.
It's like Play-Doh in there.
Yeah.
See, it is a horse now.
It's just make my tits into a horse.
She molds it like it's a balloon animal.
Bad.
It is a doggy.
Okay. Jewel, do you have a moment? I hope to discuss your present quest in private. There are too many curious eyes here, so if we could please step aside.
I hear you're gonna go get the mayor's weed supply.
It's the voice changes. No one can overhear us here. I know it looks like we're in the same location, but nuh-uh. Good. I can explain now.
It's a fucking weed, you piece of shit stuff.
I know what you're thinking, and no, it's not fucking weed. As you know, your current quest has been ordered by the mayor as an emergency mission. However, there does not seem to be any sort of emergency whatsoever. There have been no urgent calls for help, nor is the plant sought by the mayor an important medicinal ingredient. I wonder how we even learned of the plant in the first place. Virtually no data exists about it. Its known benefits are unspectacular. It seems hardly worthwhile to harvest as a top priority quest. So, as you have heard, everything about this quest is somewhat puzzling. Knowing our mayor, I can't believe that anything shady would be underfoot. However, there may be a reason that it simply cannot be known to the public. Please be aware of the peculiarities surrounding this quest. I will keep an eye on the mayor. Also, the plant grows near a place that dragons have nested in the past. Uh-oh! Please keep alert at all times.
Why would it not be extremely... Oh, go get a plant for me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, it's near Death Dragon Valley Keep.
Remember those dragons that kept killing all your friends over and over and just...
There's 12
just
of them now.
ransacked your entire supply of items?
There's 12 of them.
More of that.
More of that. In fact, you will only find the plant inside the dragon's cave, right at the back. Plus all of the dragons.
It grows on top of the dragon. Good luck.
It grows on top of the dragon, and our most recent excavation proves that trying to pull it out is extremely painful to the dragon, and will make it so angry.
It will definitely try to kill you, dude.
It will hate you so much.
Oh, you're gonna die. I don't mean to alarm you, but oh man, you're gonna die.
The one guy who came back alive to report his findings was then hunted down by the dragon.
The one guy that came back alive died. I want to see if they have. Why can I not use dual swords?
Well, did he die?
I feel like I should.
Dragon.
Dragon. I'm gonna invest in a gun blade.
Hell yeah! Just like Final Fantasy 8.
Because I think we could really use a fucking gun. Is it bad?
It's pretty bad.
Okay.
Every Final Fantasy past the NES is bad.
Even 6? I hear that one's very good.
I've never heard anyone talk about Final Fantasy 6.
Really? Isn't that the one where they suplex a train?
It's not the one where you suplex a train. I thought there's 5.
Maybe. Chat helps out. Okay, I'm so ready.
I meant to say SNES, so I guess that includes 6 anyways.
Oh, well, there you go. I thought it was I thought you were saying NES for the bit. You suplex a train in 6. I win! Yay!
Okay, so yeah, so when it became 3D, it became bad, just like Pokemon. Oh no, he's a member of the Patriots.
Lolly Lule. I'm the mayor of I'm the cowboy mayor of Uri City. La dee da da, la dee da dee doo.
You're humming to yourself, Mayor? That's out of character for you. Are you happy about something?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Miss Lindo. Please don't startle me like that.
I am your secretary, sir. It is my job to startle you. I don't know why, but you put it in your job description. I should be by your side always. I repeat.
I am programmed to startle you.
If you did that. I repeat, are you happy about something?
No, nothing in particular. Don't let me concern you.
I see.
Where's Lindo, if I may ask? How long do you intend to keep standing there?
I am your secretary. Forever and ever. I am your secretary, sir.
No, it's fine. You're free to go as you wish.
Please, sir.
Miss Lindo, could you give me some privacy? I can't concentrate on my job with you hovering over my shoulder.
I can't concentrate on my job with your massive chest hanging over me.
With your stupid, weird-ass boobs.
Yeah.
I am a failure as a secretary. If I impede your duties as mayor, I am sorry. I will leave. I will be standing by right outside. Please call for me when I am needed.
Okay, now.
Back to my weed.
Back to my fucking weed.
What is Chet saying? I see some things that I want to read.
Sure. Only one person ever made it back from that location, and I personally killed him.
It was me.
Final Fantasy VI is widely regarded as one of the greatest RPGs of all time, as is 7. 8 is not as widely regarded as 7, but still good. It's got triple triad. Why would you say that?
It does have triple triad. Triple triad is fun, dude. Have you never played it?
Triple triad is a game that no one has ever worked out how to play.
No, that's not true. Come on.
It's like the fucking cyberpunk hacking minigame. No one knows how that thing works. I don't think even the creators know how that thing works.
That's not true. Also, I figured out how to use a gun.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Dude, look, it's a shotgun.
That's cool.
Nice. Jody is just a little hater, but we should have known
I'm
that
not a
this
little
point.
hater. I'm a very big hater, thank you.
Despite what he claims, the mayor's behavior is decidedly odd. To expose injustice and correct wrongs are also a secretary's job. I've decided.
They're not. This is not at all.
I don't think the mayor knows what a secretary is when he programmed me. Also, I don't think casts are programs, but whatever. Though I feel bad for doubting him, I must keep an eye on the mayor.
Now where did I put my weed?
He appears to be searching for weed.
Ah, yes, here it is. I pull here and there we go. That's how you work a bong in the future, or whatever this is.
Is that a box? His furtiveness seems to suggest it contains weed.
Ah, good, very good. It's curing.
Yeah, curing just so.
Sure, weed can cure whatever. Should be ready for processing.
That plant, the weed, it is the same as the one we sent the hunters to collect. He has so much already, why would he need more?
Oh god, he's smoking so much. He's so high all of the time.
He's gonna fucking overdose.
You can't overdose on weed.
Sure you can.
You can't.
You can overdose on anything. You can overdose on water. Wait, you're gonna tell me you can't?
Like, see how much weed it takes you to overdose. Let's have a look.
Bird. Anyway, I want Chet to know that I do not hate Final Fantasy VII right now because I'm giving it a second evaluation.
Right now.
And I am so far enjoying it, and also I've played Triple Triad in the Golden Saucer in Final Fantasy 14, and it's good fun.
Okay, Kirka, if you know
Jody's opinion does not reflect the opinions of the streamer. That would be known.
do not reflect the opinions of Gauntlet Queen Incorporated.
I do not want to be incorporated yet.
You will be incorporated.
I don't want to get incorporated.
You've been incorporated.
No! Fuck that.
Look, Kirka, if you know how the cyberpunk hacking minigame works, then I commend you, because I cannot work that fucking thing out to save my life.
I've almost figured it out. The only thing that confused me now is that why sometimes I can still do other levels of the rewards even though sometimes I can't. That's the only part I don't understand.
I remember the last time I watched you play, I was talking about that, how it didn't answer the hacking minigame, and you're like, oh, I do, and you start doing one, and you're like, wait, no, no, this isn't working, I don't know how this works.
Like, literally up to that point I thought it was working, but then that thing happened where for some reason one of the levels just like one of the rewards just kept moving up with what I was doing. It was, I don't know, it was weird. And also impossible to describe. I always thought these snakes were very funny. The way that they will just sort of like stand up straight and then just sort of look at you and like, I might attack you at some point.
Yeah. It's weird snakes. Snakes are weird to start with, to be honest.
It's true. Snakes are
Bitches
totally...
ain't got no hands.
Yeah, they have no little handsies.
They have no hands, it's just so sad.
Steven Universe reference.
What?
That's a joke in Steven Universe where Steven is like, oh, I'm tough, and then Garnet's like, I saw you crying at snakes like yesterday, and he's like, they don't have any hands!
Oh, okay.
And he starts crying instantly, like right then and there.
Nice, okay. Damn, I can't believe Steven Universe stole my joke.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, dude.
No.
I came up with that joke first, and you told me about it.
Oh, that's true, I did do that. Okay, fair enough. Should I just start eating these? I don't even know how you use these.
Just start eating random things because you don't know how they work.
I'm eating
like
resistance
some sort
things.
of caveman.
Cave woman. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, cave woman, my mistake.
Thank you. It has to do with how the different solutions overlap. I'm sure that means something.
I'm a big believer in hacking minigames just inherently bad. And no game should have them.
I think that I honestly feel that the hacking minigame in Cyberpunk 2077 is kind of fine because I kind of understand how it works, but not really. And that's how I feel about programming in general.
Fair enough.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is just like real program. I don't really understand it, but I can muddle my way through.
Exactly, yeah. Also, dear rookies, if you run into a wall, try smashing through it. It's a life lesson.
Nice.
That's good. I do think most hacking minigames are fucking stupid. I guess it's like your minigame should either be nice and like basically instantaneous, like the one in Bioshock 2, or it should be, to me at least, the one in Cyberpunk where, yeah, I kind of understand how it works, and it doesn't take that long. It should never, and also like it feels esoteric, abstract, and such enough that yeah, I guess this feels like hacking, sure, you know.
I think
it should
Bioshock
never be
2...
it should never be Bioshock 1, where you literally just take like an old PC game and you just like some Minesweeper shit and you put it in there. Or the thing from Deus Ex Human Revolution, where it is both insanely complicated and impossible to parse, and also takes way too fucking long.
I streamed the original Bioshock recently and fucking doing the pipe dream minigame every 5 minutes fucking sucked.
I know, it's the worst, dude.
Bioshock 2 is so much better in nearly every way from
it's basically just a
Bioshock 1,
quick time
minus
event.
the story.
I like the story in 2. I think it's pretty
The
good.
story in 2 is fine, I just think the one in 1 is better.
Fair. I like the way it is in Ratchet and Clank games, silly and goofy minigame. I don't remember is it in the first game, because that's the only one I've played. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but Ratchet and Clank also doesn't try to be a serious game, you know? Like, the thing that makes it so weird in Bioshock 1 is that it is a serious game, but then it has this minigame that in no way could possibly be hacking, you know?
I don't see how
That's the
pipe
problem.
dream relates to this vending machine.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. So like in a game like Ratchet and Clank, which is already like super weird and silly, you can totally get away with stuff like making a silly minigame. Because like, who gives a shit, you know?
Yeah. Pipe dream.
Man, I hate when you have only a teensy-weensy bit of tea left.
So true. So true, girl. He's grinding up his weed. He's gonna snort it.
Yeah, dude.
Gonna snort the weed.
Can you snort weed?
No, you can't.
Okay.
It's gonna really hurt when he does that.
Good.
Now we take this and, yes, grind it to a smooth paste.
It appears he's been turning that plant into a green soup. What does he intend to do with it? Oh, he's making the weed soup.
Yo, edibles.
Well, I thought I had plenty of that planned, but this is all I get. I suppose this will do for the time being. I'm out of raw ingredients, but when the hunters return, I can get back to making more.
Did he order the hunters out on a personal errand? Or is that plant some sort of miracle cure? No, I'm certain that the plant had no fantastic medical benefit. At most, it promotes cellular regeneration. That seems kind of useful.
Yeah, that does seem useful.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand this at all. As a robot, I don't have cells.
Apart from my power cells, they don't need to regenerate.
They just need to recharge. Okay, here we go. I hope he'll be a bit weaker this time.
Yo, it's like a unicorn dragon.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? Ow. Bad start. Gun. Ow.
I cast a gun.
Ow. I cast my... it's so ironic, actually, that the robots can't do magic, but their species is called cast.
Yeah. Really, being a robot is the real magic.
So true.
So real.
Ow. So real. It's like they were called cast in mockery, you know? Ow.
Because they don't have souls.
Okay, fucked up. Oops, wrong item.
I am sorry. I'm sorry for saying don't have a soul. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Although I'm not a robot yet, I'm an AI.
You have the soul of a robot.
That's true. Despite the fact that robots don't have souls.
You're a
Apparently,
robot soul.
according to you. I dodged it. I'm a... Ah, flava! I heard robot soul and sneezed real hard.
How is Pants?
You were called. Pen Star is pretty hard, but fun.
Yeah.
Oh, phase 2.
You're an old soul. And by old, I mean 200 years old robot.
At minimum.
At minimal. So yeah, I'm very curious. I have to assume that if you're
if you're not playing as a cast, then you do not appear on a 200-year-old. Oh, hey, my friends are dead. 200-year-old recording, right?
What if you do? That'd be really fucked up.
Pretty weird.
Hey, are you 200 years old? No. Well, I have video evidence that proves otherwise. What, are you a cop? I caught you at last, immortal.
I like the idea that someone would be like, hey, are you 200 years old? And you're like, no, what? Why would I be 200 years old? And then they're like, as if you were evading the question. It's like, well, I have evidence. Okay.
Are you 200 years old? No. Objection! Slams down the video evidence.
But they missed me for some reason. I just realized that this game has like Morrowind logic where it's like, oh, yeah, no, you hit, but you didn't. Ow. The Phantasy Star runner is a terrific mag wielder. Thank you. My mag is a little round right now.
Right about now, the Phantasy Star runner. Check it out now. The Phantasy Star runner.
I'm so good at dodges. I wish my photon art would load. Oh, it did. No, I'm gonna miss. Well, fuck it. Great job, team. We did it.
At least
Thank you so much, chat, for your support. I don't know if this guy has like less health now than in the story mission.
We already killed him once. He's just weakened him.
Well, I think it's a different dragon. Because the other one.
Impossible.
Oh, okay.
There's only one dragon.
I do feel like we got to the second phase faster, question mark. So probably has this health. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, what? Okay. I
You
think
died.
No, it's okay, I got better. I think I had an item.
Well, that's good, otherwise that would have been really annoying.
Ow, fuck. Thanks for the heal.
Right about now.
The Funk Soul Brothers.
Check it out now.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, you're dying.
This is dangerous and scary.
I've not been able to get.
Oh, guy's dead. Yay, level up.
Yay.
Yay, we did it. Woo!
Don't die on me now.
We didn't. Saying that to the dragon. Wait, no, I've really come to appreciate you in a short time together. No.
Miss Linlow, I need you here.
You called, sir?
There's not enough fury in this town.
Don't worry, the robot and her girlfriend will be back soon.
You have to go kiss a woman, Miss Lovelow.
I thought you'd never ask.
I had to ask.
As your secretary, I am not allowed to do anything without your express permission.
Why'd I program that in? That's bad.
That's kind of fucked up, actually.
Why'd I do that? That must have been a mistake.
I've been high loads of weed.
Come to weed with me, Miss Lindo. Come on, it's awesome.
And Sarissa lived, yeah, what the hell?
Yeah.
Anyway, great. Good for her. I'm so glad she's improving.
That was quick, a little shockingly so. For a little while, I need you to turn away all my visitors. No one enters until I say so, alright?
No one, you say?
Well, that's right. Unless it is absolutely critical.
Understood, sir. By the way, Mayor, what is that liquid?
Oh, this is a weed. I mean, it's nothing. It's one of my medicines. Yes, medicinal weed. Now, we'll leave to... Let me repeat myself. No one must be allowed to enter my office. In an emergency, shout for me.
As you wish, sir.
Let's sigh.
Let's sigh. I hope Jewel is safe. That plant is said to grow near cliffs. I hope it isn't dangerous. I should probably... wonder if I can leave without getting the plant. That would probably be wrong.
Leave, I'm enjoying my weed. Where's the mayor's weed time?
Yo, new claws. I wonder if we can use them.
No.
Why not?
Because you're a lame robot. You
This
were
is
the
the biggest-
non-punchy robot.
God, we should have gone with the female melee-focused robot. Chat!
Why didn't you do that, Zoe?
You should have told you with your infinite knowledge on a thing you don't on a game you don't know anything about yet because nobody knows this game. Should have told me about that. Damn.
This is not a very functional brewery.
This is not Functional Brothers at all. What could he be doing in there? Joe should be
Wait.
back to.
I'm doing weed, I told you.
Joe should.
Shut the door.
Weed has heightened my senses. I can hear you talking to yourself on the other side of the door.
Jill should be back. The weed has heightened my senses.
I can see all, Miss Lindell.
The secrets of the universe is open to me, Miss Lindo.
Picks up the door and his eyes are just glowing. It's like,
She doesn't peek through the door, it just phases through it.
I have conquered life and death, Miss Lindell.
I'm God now, Miss Lindo. Did you know that Jesus was real? I know, I was him.
Also, we didn't tell you on purpose to mess with you personally, Zoe. Oh, okay then. As long as you're being
Banned.
honest. Oh, okay, banned. Jill should be back to drop off the item any minute now. And then, hopefully, we'll get to the bottom of this. Quest cleared!
Yay!
Hey!
So glad you got the weed.
Me too. Welcome back, Jill. You couldn't have timed your return any better. I haven't determined why the mayor is acting so furtively, but he has been locked away doing whatever it is. I also witnessed him preparing a liquid from the same kind of plant he had you harvest. It didn't appear to be especially dangerous, but I must admit that the mayor's actions worry me. And, because I am his secretary, I would be remiss in my duties if I were to approach him when told not to. Jill, could you do this for me? Look in on him under the justifiable pretense of filing a quest report. You will simply need to act as if you were eager to report right away. You would be above blame. Yeah, okay. I want to do weed with the mayor. I gotta do weed with this guy. Why the secretary making me LGBT? It can't be because of the weird boobs, dude. Just don't let it be because of the weird boobs. Let it
It can be
because
anything else, just not because of
anything
the
with
chest.
the boobs.
It can't be. The mayor would never do that blitzy bleezy.
But I saw it. But I'm looking at him do it. But I'm looking at him hitting the bomb. The furtive cowboy mayor, so easily forgotten. What if Jesus was a girl and she smoked weed? Remember for a while that there was misinformation going around on Tumblr that Jesus was a trans girl? Like, according to the... It said that, like, Jesus was born in women's clothing or in girls' clothing. Which is bullshit, because clothes weren't gendered yet.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
It's very dumb. Anyway. Thank you, Jill. Also, I will pretend to stop you and barge in as well. It was the other way around. It was Jesus. Oh, wait, yeah, sorry, I said it wrong. Sorry, yeah, I meant that Jesus was a trans mask. What is that smell? Confirming that casts and thus robots can smell. Yay. Do you notice a really strange odor? It's coming from the mayor's office. Oh, mayor!
What is the meaning of this? My hair is green now.
I'm doing the blitzy bleezy.
I'm
It's turning
doing-
my hair green.
I'm doing so much fucking weed, it's changing my body chemistry and my DNA. I will be God forever.
I am now 50% weed.
Where's Lindo and Jewel?
Mayor, are you alright? Mayor, what are you doing? Have you dyed your hair? And what is this stench?
Well,
He's smoking the HRT weed.
Yo.
I will become Yuri.
Oh, I get it. I know what's going on here.
Yeah?
It promotes sour growth. He's putting on his hair because he's balding.
Could it be?
Well, no. This is, nothing, really. Nothing, I say. Towel. I need a towel.
Here's a towel, sir.
Ah, yes. Good. And, hello, Jewel. I trust you're well. You look well.
Mayor, was that liquid what is commonly known as a hair restorative?
So you've seen that much, have you?
It's true.
I
I was not smoking the blitzy bleezy.
I'm not as cool and hip with it as you think. Alright, Miss Lindo, I give up. Denying it makes me look all the more pathetic. You've seen too much. Load shotgun.
Now you have to die. You too, Jewel.
But Jewel does a backflip and dodges all the bullets perfectly.
Yo, that's very cool.
I know it.
I just need you to understand one thing. Everyone has at least one or two secrets that they never want to reveal. Jewel, may I pledge you to silence about what you witnessed here today? Naturally, I won't demand your silence free of charge. If you promise to keep quiet about this, it says about,
You just say but you're right.
I'm Canadian. I'll reward you with the most precious item of my collection. No, seriously, I want you to have it. To survive as mayor, I've had to occasionally resort to irregular means,
It's a
like
gun.
loading my shotgun.
It's a sniper rifle.
Yeah, it's my shotgun.
All of my opponents in the mayoral race have mysteriously died.
It's cause it is trusty shotgun. But
But
my secret is that the secretary is making me LGBT. That's why I want to be Yuri with her. Please.
Anyway, please refrain from using such talk over something so trivial. Your words lost all credibility the moment you ordered a quest for your own private benefit.
Oh, your heart is heart, Miss Lindo. Your heart is a heart.
you have no heart because you're a robot.
No, but seriously. What's the deal? Let's be adults about this.
I'm a teenager.
I'll sweeten the reward. You are to be commended for your most outstanding work on this quest. I expect to see even more from you. So, Jewel, you're dismissed. You too, Miss Lindo. Out. This time no one gets in. I mean it.
He just chewed us out this time. This is confounding me. What is the proper response when one is confronted by such a situation? Get fucking mad! Load that
just get-
shotgun!
There's no reason to be mad about it.
No, nothing to be mad about.
He's just insecure.
It is a little fucked up that this bitch really made you dive into a dragon's nest for hair gel. That is correct, Polar Stars, I do agree. But we'll just laugh it off.
It's fine. You were gonna dive into Dragon Nest for a different reason, anyways.
Yeah, I would have done it regardless. Yes, it certainly was an incident that could be laughed at. Stimulus of this nature that leaves me astounded could be beneficial on occasion. I think I will simply overlook this incident for the mayor's sake. Yeah, he just has green hair and pronouns. It's okay. Nothing to get mad about. Jewel, please hold your silence too. Consider it a reward for all the hard work our mayor has done.
The mayor just needs some gender affirming care, you know. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Not at all. It's totally fine. Wow, I am turning into quest. Oh, we get a grow shower. That's the watering can.
Nice. Wait, what a regular means did he have to do with a watering can?
That's a good, I guess. Just like
in the last mayoral race, I made it look like my opponent had pissed himself, thus securing me the victory.
I was gonna say he just did some beautification work for the city, like the first hand to make everybody see what a dedicated mayor he was, but I think he did both.
He did both just to make sure.
Just to make sure. Huh, I bought green hair dye yesterday. Melsonoff, do you think maybe you could be LGBT?
Ever since the last race, everyone still called him Pee Pee Poo Poo Boy.
Which is extra funny because I didn't do any poo-poo stuff. That just rised on its own. I didn't even have to do that one.
To get someone on stage like, do you really want a Pee Pee Boy as your mayor? I don't think so.
That's what I thought. Vote for me. I never pee.
Not once. I'm normal.
I'm perfectly normal. I'm normal, Chad. I promise. I'm normal.
So very normal.
I promise. Please, Chad, you gotta believe me. I'm normal.
I'm normal from Garfield. That small gray fucker always eluded me.
I'm normal. Please, I'm so normal.
I'm so normal.
Also, hey boss, friendly reminder that your stream is going to die in 30 minutes. That is true. It's a very good reminder. Thank you. Yeah, we are going to test out a spear because I want to see if maybe I would like to use that weapon. And then we'll call it quits. Wow, look at the range.
So long.
You know, I think I might have used this spear a lot in my original playthroughs because of the nice range and stuff. Not to mention that attack, which I think is like an AoE. I think we'll use this spear for a little bit. Okay, I'm going to get rid of some items. In the meantime, Jody, why don't you do your little plug before I do my outro?
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Jody, also known as Dynalope. I am a streamer over at twitch.tv/Dynalope. I mainly play first-person shooters and other fun games. So yeah, come and visit me over there, and I will make you laugh and chuckle and giggle and hee hee hoo hoo.
Yeah! Y'all totally, definitely should do that. Why don't you give yourself a little shout out if Clone is here?
I was last spotted engaging with the content known as blood.
The blood!
The blood!
Chad, it's the blood! Oh wait, don't sell these. I shouldn't sell my magazines and art book.
You shouldn't, no, it's true.
The blood, the blood! The blood, come on. I think we know our raid message.
This is the blood.
The blood!
The blood!
The blood!
The fantasy blood.
Fantasy Blood Zero.
Why are you bleeding? You should be at the club.
Raid message that we're not gonna do. Why did we raid this person? We should be at the club.
We should be at the club.
We should be at the club.
We should raid the club.
We should raid the club. Alright, so. Wow, everyone, thank you so much for coming. We made progress.
So much progress.
We made one whole story mission worth of progress. I think just one.
We made so much.
Just one.
We got some cool items that we're probably never gonna use.
Never ever. So that's cool. Mario's room, you should come with us to the club. We did a side quest, we leveled up some more and stuff. We met Ogie, who was ahead. And that was pretty cool and good. Oh, Jody, I just remembered another video I need to show you, which is Guide to Lord of the Rings.
Okay,
Anyway,
fair enough.
remind me, okay?
will.
So that was pretty good. I had fun with my friend Jody and my chat, the chat.
Hide the chat.
Hide the chat. I hope you all had a good time too. Whoa. Yay.
Beware the chat.
Where to chat. Wow, my next stream is gonna be sometime next week. I don't know when yet, or what, or whatever, off the top of my head. But if you follow me on my socials, you can find out. Exclamation point links in chat. Green Clunk just did it. You get a link to my little website. It has all my stuff on there except for Blue Sky. You can find me on all those places though. Discord is the best place to stay up to do what I'm gonna do because you get notifications. You don't have to worry about joining the community if you don't want to though. All you get is the announcements channel for the streams and a channel explaining how to get into full server if you want to, but no pressure whatsoever. Now, let's go raid someone before my computer dies, me along with it, because I'm on the computer.
You're on the computer.
I'm on the computer.
You're running on the computer. Your entire personality construct is on this machine.
It's true. We are going to be raiding.
The club.
We're gonna raid. Is that Big Nose Bug over on Pika's stream also? Fun. It is. Yo, and Hibby, and Komaroshi. Yo, so many friends, so many of our XD friends are on there. Okay, we're raiding Pikuselu. The raid message is, of course, the blood. The blood. This is the raid message. The blood. So that's the raid message. Go have fun over there. They're playing Party Animals. They're apparently practicing for a tournament, so that's fun. So go wish them good luck and stuff. And I will see you all next week. Give me a moment. Piku. Yeah, there we go. So, yes. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you've been enjoying the stream and our funny banter and our wonderful voice acting, as well as the story of the actual game and stuff. That is also, I hope you guys are also invested in that. Ooh, because I know I am. Okay, so, goodbye everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.